I've updated the stream tags. On Twitch, Stream Elements says, PlayCompile is now live. Streaming software and game development. iDLE, improving my branching dialogue system, Unity. Welcome to the PlayCompile live stream.
It's open paint. Okay. So I have the advantage of not only running into this issue before with a snowball's chance, but because this game starts with only one speaker, right? So it's just a conversation between you and Clover. I have the benefit of being able to make a sort of more stripped down version of what the final thing should look like, which is kind of good. So what we essentially need is to recreate a system that allows us to have branching options. So Clover says something, right, like do you like chicken? And then the player gets the option of saying yes or no. The problem is the way I have set it up to this point is I used an indexing system. So what I basically said is the node itself would have, well, let me show you the node. So in story tutorial, here's my existing tutorial node. Let me find one that has responses in it. There you go. Okay, so you'll see that the dialogue says, so what happens is my system will run through the script and then present the player with options. So if you follow this logic, it will say, you know, all girls are like this these days, lazy motherfuckers. Do you know why that is? And then the player is presented with, is she just being lazy? They're confused. They need a boyfriend. Actually, I'd rather that said she's confused. She needs a boyfriend. And then the way it's set up is this is index 0 and response 0 links to index 0. Index 1 leads to response index 1 and response option 2 leads to response 2. The problem with that is it's a one-to-one relationship, right? So the problem with that is, let's copy this. Okay, so the existing system basically allows us to branch one response only, and then we loop back around to a new script, right? So that allows us to have one line. One line response. One line response. So she could say, do I like chicken? Yes. Murderer. Do I like chicken? No. Loser. Right? Or whatever. So in order to have multi-line responses, we now need to create a one-to-many relationship. And so each option now contain a list of responses, and this tutorial branch is essentially a dialogue branch. So what I would need to do now is, the problem with this is every single class needs to have a corresponding game object. So let's go through our tutorial and find our first option. So our first option, and sometimes there won't be a custom response, right? If responses is empty in this original system, then the system will skip custom dialogue and just go to the next script, right? I'll just go to this one, because maybe a lot of the times in games it's like false choice, right? It's like the illusion of choice. but then other times, you know, Clover will remember that. So our first set of options would be, how can I assist you? So I think the best way to set this up, let me just bring this over so you can see, because my camera's in the way. So these are all my nodes, right? These are all essentially like pages in a script. We can make a sub-object, which could be an option, right? Well, let's call it branch, because that's what these are, right? These are of the branch class. So we can make a branch, and because we have 3 options, I'm just going to do that so that we get branch 1, branch 2, branch 3. And all 3 of these need the new tutorial branch class that I just created. Okay. And for some reason, it's not listing. Right, it hadn't compiled. So now it's compiled. And we have our player option and our responses. So what I'm going to do for now is I'm just going to grab, so I don't lose anything, I'm just going to grab my first option and put it in option 1. My second option, put it in option 2. And my third option, and put it in option 3. Okay, now for this particular one, we didn't have any custom responses. Player option was a field where we could store the player's response, right? So I haven't made that yet, but I'm going to make a control that basically casts a number back to the tutorial node that instantiated it, so that we can then handle internal logic for player responses, right? Okay, so I need to continue to do that now for wherever there are options. So there's some here. So let's go and do the same thing. So we want a new object. And this is a branch object. So how many did we have? 3 again? Okay. 1, 2, 3. And these need to have the branch class on them. Right, so I'm going to do, is she just being lazy, is option 1. She's confused is option 2. And she needs a boyfriend is option 3. Now for this one, she has custom responses. Now the system I built is fine, but this is the other thing you need to do, right? The system I built, like for now, I've actually just limited the response to 1 line, but you can see how limited that is, right? It may be like, imagine like the end of a chapter or whatever, right? Like think about Genshin Impact when fucking Yai Miko or whoever, right? When you've just completed Inazuma, you always get this NPC, right? It was Nouvellette in Fontaine. It was Yai Miko in Inazuma. It was probably Nahida in Samara, but I don't actually remember. And they always say, right when you finished like an entire region, right? There's always like, do you have any questions for me? And then you get to sort of like ask questions about like the, you know, the overall game and where we're at. Tell me more about the arc on this, or tell me more about this. And you probably want more than 1 line response to something like that, right? And there might be a point in the game where I'm like, you know, where especially for the tutorial, we could very well say, you know what I mean? Okay, you're about to go and do your first battle. Do you want me to guide you through the basics? And then the player can say, yeah, tell me, or no. And then we could do more options, more options, and more options. What's nice about this as well is we can have branches on branches, right? We can go deeper and deeper and deeper. Yeah, but for now, you'll see that as I put these responses in, it really is a one-to-one relationship. And you might be thinking, well, why the fuck have you made this one-to-many relationship when everything is one-to-one anyway? And it's future-proofing it. It's like, okay, we might not need it now, but we're probably going to need it. We're probably going to need it. And it's better to need it and not use it. It's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. But it does take more organization. It takes more coding, obviously. Okay, so that one, let's make sure I got that right. No, they're not necessarily lazy. No, they're not necessarily lazy. Yeah, that should be fine. Yes, the internet has confused them, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's that one done. Let's check the next one. Yep, we've got another one here. 2 responses, 2 branches. So I'm just going to be lazy and grab branch 1. It's going to rename them, though, isn't it? That's fucking annoying. All right, let's just take our time, get it right. Let's take our time and get it right. There's no rush. There's no rush whatsoever. Was it 3 options? 2 options. So we want branch 1 and branch 2. Branch 1 and branch 2 want the branch class on them. And then we just got to go on rinse and repeat. So options are I agree. And isn't that a little much? And our response is 1-to-1 for now. She kind of glazes you a little bit there. But yeah, to be fair, as I was writing this, like, it was also because I was aware that I could only have 1 line response. So I may well have, like, kind of, you know, limited my dialogue there because of the system limitation that I was aware of. Whereas now I don't have to worry about that and I can write as much as I want. So if I... Now this all sadly also means, you know, potentially more waffle. So you've also got to... You've also got to watch that you don't become fucking Hoyoverse fucking writers getting paid by the word. Okay, this one has 2 options. What can we do? We must do something, but she doesn't have custom responses for those. But we still need the branches. So we're going to do branch 1 and 2 with the branch class. What can we do? Yeah, I don't have responses for these. And we must do something, which are essentially the same thing, right? Sometimes you'll use player options just to give the dialogue a pause, just to make the player feel like they have to do something, they have to interact in somewhere. Even though, again, it's like a non-choice, really. Games are full of these, right? So it always makes me laugh. You've got to try to be somewhat like creative with it, though. Like, some games are so lazy with it. It's like, you know what I mean? Will you help me? Yes. Absolutely. Option 1, yes. Option 2, absolutely. And it's like, why is this a choice? But it's probably just for pacing and, you know, make sure the player hasn't fallen asleep, make the player feel somewhat engaged. I don't know. They have their ups and downs. They can also be annoying for the player sometimes. It's like, it depends. And also, like, are you going to allow dialogue to be skipped? And there's all kinds of things to consider. All right, so we have 2 options on this one, branch 1, branch 2. So let's get those in there. Yeah, my game's going to be quite interesting, actually. I don't know that I will need, like, I won't need a fully fledged dialogue system as much, because if we think about that thing that I created yesterday that basically talked about where the diegetic things are and the non-diegetic things are, even though we're going to be kind of somewhat known to the characters, we're never there in the world with them, right? We're always like, you know, it's always like a long distance relationship in a way. Now, that doesn't mean that we couldn't do so yeah, maybe I'm wrong about that, actually. I feel like most of the time, though, the characters are going to be interacting with each other in their world, and then we the player are going to be interacting with Clover. And maybe Clover will mostly be interacting with, you know, with the girls. But I don't know, because, you know, like I said, I could also introduce, like, I might do like an affection system where you've got to, like, long distance date the girls and raise their affection and all that shit. So I don't know whether I will need to add a speaker to the system You know, because if there's a, like, as soon as you introduce, because obviously now we need to now this is straightforward. It's like two speakers, right? You the player, and then so let's color them, right? So as an example, pink is actually, it'd make more sense if she was blue, wouldn't it? Blue is Clover. I couldn't remember her fucking name then. And let's say we the player are green. This is literally a conversation between two people. But then if you introduce, as soon as you introduce another character, right? Like, let's say it's a conversation between three people. Well, now suddenly you have, let's say there's a note up here where somebody else says something. And the speaker is orange because it's somebody else. In the most boring basic example I can think of, why would you do that? I need to click in. Oh my god, Microsoft, why are you so retarded? Seriously, why would you put that? Put it up here somewhere. What is this shit? Why would you put a font? Oh my god, they are actually retarded. So let's say this third person might ask, does he like chicken? Or what should we cook him? What should we cook him? This is already starting to look like a Snowbreak Kuma game, isn't it? The girls are desperately trying to figure out what they should cook there. Big, strong, strapping player. And then this other character, who knows, maybe this is the main character there who's lying on the bed, right? Chizuru. And then she says, murderer or loser. Now suddenly it's like the system needs to take into account, okay, who is speaking, right? Because we could have been asked directly by this character here, and the system needs to know that, right? So that it can put like a speaker name here, and then maybe a speaker icon here as well. So that's when we'll flesh it. Now at the moment I definitely don't need that for the tutorial, because like I say, one thing's for sure, the tutorial is all going to be the fourth wall, like the direct contact that we usually have, and especially whilst onboarding, is going to just be with Clover. That's basically her whole purpose, right? That's mostly her whole purpose. But yeah, once I get into like deeper story systems, because I think the way that I'll set it up is you go and do chapter, like, I don't know, I'm not sure. Ideally, the way it would work is we'll do chapter 1 dungeons, and like maybe let's say after every 10 dungeons we get like a little cutscene between the characters who are just kind of talking to each other. But there may be a point where, you know, we're meant to be on intercom with them or something like that, or, you know, we have some way of communicating with them, and yeah, one of those characters should be able to say, so, you know, so player, tell me something about yourself or whatever, and then the player should be able to like respond to that. So yeah, we'll definitely need to flesh the system out at some point, but this is specific to the tutorial system. Yeah, I don't know though. Maybe I will like tack it onto the system. We've got to be careful though. This is the thing. I feel like one thing I'm really worried about, right? Because this is a lot of work, and then it's quite possible that all this work is completely redundant and this is why you've got to get your systems right early. Is you can see how, you know, somebody who really likes writing stories could sit here and fill these boxes out for a whole week and have hundreds and thousands of lines of dialogue. But then if suddenly you hit a brick wall and you realize, oh shit, you know, suddenly somebody else needs to speak now, and you know, I've done all of Clover's dialogue, and now we need to start introducing new characters, and my system doesn't allow for that. And you're like, okay, let me go and change the system. And you have to change it to the point where you lose all of that dialogue. Yikes, you just wasted a week of development time, right? You got to do all that again now. So yeah, it is important to kind of get this stuff right. So I am second guessing myself even right now in that should I not just make this system robust enough to handle that rather than send it out to a new system. I think the answer is yes. All right, let's do that because it is foolish to sort of just say, we'll deal with that when we get to it. We're not ready for that much depth yet. Well, yeah, but when that time comes, everything we've done up to this point pretty much becomes redundant. We probably have to scrap it and start again, and then that's gonna cost us more time. I think. What am I doing in copy? Oh my god, for a moment there I thought I deleted the live project. I was like, wait, is that even possible while I'm in it? I actually fucking almost had a heart attack then. I was like, did I just delete the fucking live project? No, I didn't, thank god. Okay, I have a script. Oh, dump script is probably just not, yeah. It's not running. Okay, I've got this function that I made called dump script. Okay, what I'm going to do before I go any further, because I probably am going to lose this otherwise, I'm just going to dump this script out. Okay, we should now have, there it is. We should now have a tutorial script, which is all of that dialogue. Just so that I've got the data. Yeah, okay, let's future-proof this system completely and stop being lazy. Okay. My first issue with this is that I called it tutorial. And then I changed my mind later and decided it was actually the story. I think the tutorial is like this. I don't know yet. This is the thing. It's like, I think I want one system. At the end of the day, the tutorial is delivering dialogue to the player. The same as the story is going to do. Essentially. So I think it's all the same system. For a while there I was thinking I'm gonna have a tutorial system that just kind of teaches the player the basics, and then I'll have a story system that like takes over once we get into the story. But I think they're actually the same thing. I think essentially the tutorial is written as part, the way this is going to work is the tutorial is essentially just the beginning of the story. So my first big regret. So what we can do, right? We don't have to lose anything yet. We can just rename this to old story. We'll just take the script off. I also want to get rid of that dump script command. All right. And it's actually a good thing that I called it tutorial, because now we can create a separate story Is it part of RPG? I think it's part of RPG. Let's put it in RPG as well. Okay, so I'm going to create a class called Story. Also, why is Story? I'm not sure why Story is on Canvas. It should be part of game data, really. Alright, let's put it at the top. Okay, and then let's think about how we want to divide the story up, because I think the story is going to get quite deep. Stories are typically divided into chapters, so I think what would be good is if our story can be structured a bit like this. And then we put all the script pieces, you know, wherever they belong. This could be, I mean, I said onboarding, it's kind of like tutorial or whatever, chapter 0, whatever you want to call it, right? But essentially we would give the chapter, we would have chapter indexes, and then we'll have indexes per chapter. What we also need to think about is how are we updating player data, right? Because when the player logs out and logs back in again, you need to make sure they're up to wherever they were up to in the story, right? You don't want to make them do the whole thing again from scratch. So we also need a way. Now the way I was doing that, I was having just a general one number, which is a story index, but now we're going to need 2. So let's add our story component to the story object. Okay. So we need system collections generic because we need a list of chapters. A list of what? Well, we haven't made one yet. So let's make, and I like to preface script names with the systems they belong to. So I'm going to call it story chapter. So we should now have a class called story chapter. So story is going to contain a list of story chapters. And we don't want these to be manually assigned. So we're going to do a void start. And we're going to say for each transform child in transform, we're going to say chapters add child get components story chapter. Alright, beautiful. So if we go and add a story chapter class to these chapters and then press play, we should automatically find all our story chapters. And the nice thing about that as well is if we suddenly wanted chapter 2 to run before chapter 1 for whatever reason, we could literally just move it like that. So we can shuffle the story around if we want to. And now chapter 2 appears before chapter 1. why you would want to do that, I can't think of any reason why, but let's just say we did. Well, there are reasons why. Sometimes you do, yeah, that's actually true. Sometimes you're like, there's a lot of missing details between chapter 1 and chapter 2. How did so-and-so get that rash? How did somebody end up getting that boob job? How did somebody else bruise their knee? Let's go and add a chapter in between those that explains how all that happened. Now we have the ability to do that. Alright, so now I've got a list of chapters in the story. So in terms of progression, we need 2 numbers essentially. 2 drivers. So one is going to be the chapter index, and the other is going to be the story index. Alright, so back in my player data, I have under create new profile, there will be, in fact, if I look at the top of this thing, there is already a story index. We now need to add a chapter index. Apparently we're not storing that locally. Right, hang on. A few changes I need to make. I think my system controller is referencing. I think my system controller has that, but it references the wrong story class now. So I need to change that. So over in core. Yeah, story was referencing yes, I do need to delete the old class because I called the class story still, and that's what this needs to be called. So if I try to call this story, I'll rename that to old story. Okay, so you'll see that it's giving me an error now because we already have a story class, which is the tutorial one. So I need to go into the tutorial one. There it is. That will be called story. So I'm just going to call that old story so that I don't lose anything. Okay, now it lets me call it story. So my system controller now should have the correct class, but it probably lost its reference. Yep, but it's now this one, the one that we're building. Okay, so it now has the correct reference. So if we look at create new profile, we're in the wrong class, play data. We could actually just do a search. If we search current document for story index, there it is. So our first reference to story index is, okay, when we load the player's profile from the cloud, we get this big stream of data which includes profile name, the date and time the profile was created, the last time they logged on, number of login days, how many, that's like daily rewards, energy check, which is the last time they were scheduled to receive energy for the energy system. System story index, here we go, system story index. So now we need to add system story chapter index. Actually, let's do it the other way around. We should have chapter and then story, because story is the story node within the chapter. So like this one overarches the one. Right, so now we've got an issue in that split data 5 is going to be chapter index. So that becomes 6, that becomes 7, that becomes 8, that becomes 9, and that becomes 10. Okay. And we need to make sure the structure is matched when we save profile data. So, create new profile, save profile. If we search for story index again, just make sure there's no preceding reference to that. I don't think there is. Story index. Load profile. Okay, here we go. This is save profile. So similarly, we want to say data equals data plus system story chapter index plus separator semicolon. Those should be the only two references for now, because I don't actually have a way of continuing previous stories yet, because we're still building the system. But we will. Alright, now that might create some errors for me when I try and run profiles now, because there's not enough data in the... We're going to probably go out of range. However, having said that, I could just cheat. If I go to Unity dashboard, and I find my player data on here, cloud save, player data, there's me, and all the way in profile, there's my profile data. Alright, so there's all those things that I just talked about, right? My profile name, when the account was created, last time I logged on, when my energy was last due, 53, oh that's a time still, 5, that could be my story index. Is that my story index? Yeah, after my energy check it is, yeah. So right now it said I was up to story node 5, which I probably was. And we don't have a chapter number. So if I change 5 to 0, we'll start at the beginning of the story. If I add a new separator and then add another 0, that'll be our chapter reference. So I'll just update that, and now that should stop us getting any errors when we load our profile. Alright. So our story system wants to, when it's activated, whatever these numbers are set to, this is where it should run through the story from, right? So these are automatically inherited. In fact, I guess I could. I think they could be private, to be honest. There's no reason to have them public. Yeah, those can be private. We don't need them public. Okay. Okay, so now we need the equivalent of the tutorial node. So I had a tutorial node, so now we need a story node, which is going to be driven by story index. And then back in our story system, we want a list of story nodes. Yeah, I'll just say story nodes so it's clear what it is, which is a list there. So the first thing we want to do is, after we've chapters hold chapter classes, but they also have transform positional data as well. Okay, so our story nodes are going to sit on here, right? So we're going to have like our nodes there. So what we essentially want to do is we want to say for each transform node in chapters at chapter index dot transform. We want nodes. Actually, the best thing to do here, this is really bad practice, because we're going to need to redo this over and over and over again. It's better to have a function, and then we'll call that function, because then we can reuse that function. So I think we'll do a load chapter function. I'm just thinking, should this always use this index, or should we make it take an index? I mean, it should always be wherever we're up to, really. So I can't see any reason why we would take an index. All right. Story nodes. Yep, it already knows what we want. It already knows what we want. All right, so now we're loading all of these nodes into story nodes. So wherever our story index is, you can think of these as checkpoints, really. Wherever our story index is now, we can display the story from that specific index. So now we would just call load chapter. All right. So we can test that. Yeah, we will. Okay, let's put these public so we can test it. We are still testing things, so I will keep those public, just so we can see it. That should be fine, though. Nothing complex going on there. All right, let's give it a run. Okay, so in story now we have 3 chapters and 5 nodes. And those nodes should belong to, yeah, onboarding. And if we really want to test this, what we can do is we can grab new nodes and put them on chapter 1. And if we set the chapter index to 1 and then run it, our story node should point to chapter 1. Yeah, brilliant. Yep, that works perfectly. So now we're able to load the story from wherever these indexes, well, certainly the chapter index. We haven't done the story nodes yet, but we have a list of story nodes that we can process now. Okay. So story node is empty for now, right? But it wants to look similar to tutorial node. So we can look at our script, and we also want to think about future proofing. And a good idea is just to start to...
MiniZ asks, I assume this is your own game you're making?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. A good idea is to start to like just map out what is it that we're going to need, right? So we're going to need a speaker, and we can start to decide what classes are what, right? So speaker is like the person delivering dialogue, and we might want more things like, what do we need from the speaker? Well, we're definitely going to need their name, and I think it's nice to have a little image of them, so I'm going to have an icon as well, right? So that will need to be its own class because we've got multiple things going on, right? So we're going to need a speaker class, so let's set that up. So it's part of story, so I'm going to preface it with story. We'll have a story speaker. Alright.
Do you think Unity is easy to get into for editing models for something like VR chat? I heard you can make some pretty decent money if you're good enough at it.
So Unity is not really a modeler. It has very limited, in fact, out of the box, it doesn't have any sort of model editing skills. Yeah, if you wanted to edit models, you're going to need something like 3D Max or Blender or something like that. It's great for getting models in, animating them, you know, running like logic on them and things like that. It's really good for that. Yeah, but as for editing,
since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke?
I'll let Miku tell a joke.
How do you tell the difference between a bull and a cow? It is either one or the other.
Yeah, you might be able to do some sort of rudimentary editing with like a plugin from the asset store, perhaps, but I've never done it myself, so I can't really vouch for that. Yeah, if I ever need to do any, I mean, I'm not really much of a modeler, but if I do need to edit the odd thing, I'll use like 3ds Max or Blender. But yeah, it's yeah, you probably can make good money if you get good enough. It's like anything though. It's a learning curve. It's something that I'm not particularly good at. I wish I was better at it, but it's just I just don't have the time to learn it because I'm too busy doing all this other stuff usually. So I'll tend to get models from like third-party places and then just work with those typically. Okay, so we're going to have a public string of name, and we can have a public...
Minizy says, yeah, it's usually a mix of using Blender and Unity from what I have heard from some friends.
I mean, Unity is a game engine, so if you wanted to make something that did something with that model, but I think you're talking about just making models that can be used in VR chat. So there'd be no real reason to use Unity as far as I can tell. Because VR chat's like its own thing, right? It's its own... yeah, it's its own, like, I guess, program software.
Yeah, it uses Unity SDK for avatar models.
Okay, so they might be using something like the Mechanim animation system. Yeah, so maybe you'd use Unity to sort of check all that and make sure it's all working properly. Yeah, possibly. I guess they're using some kind of Unity. I've never done it myself, but yeah, I know you can use make games that have mod support. So I assume they're using something like that. Yeah, in that case, it probably would make sense to get your models into Unity so you can sort of make sure they are mod proofed. Yeah, but if you look online, they'll definitely. I think it's quite a popular thing, so there should definitely be plenty of articles about it. And even ChatGPT can probably get you off the ground. You know, give you the basics. Yeah, the whole thing's just going to take time, though. It's definitely going to be a learning curve. I think there's a lot to learn. I think. Okay, so we have a string of the name of the speaker, and then now we can store an icon. Now we may even we could go, you know, think about how much we could flesh this out. We could have like a wave files and things like that. You know, we could have like a specific audio class if we wanted spoken dialogue or whatever later on. So I think that's useful. So now we've got a story speaker. So what else would we want in our node? Let's go back to that list. Right, so we're going to have a speaker. We're going to have, I'm going to call it script, which could be a list of strings, which is the actual spoken dialogue. So that's similar to what we had previously. Okay, and then we want player options.
Anyway, I just wanted to check up on y'all. I'll be going to bed soon, so I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thanks so much. You too. Yeah, sorry I can't offer much more than that. It's not something I've really gotten into myself, but yeah, that all makes sense because I think VR chat is a Unity thing, so it probably will be using some kind of SDK, like you say. So yeah, best of luck, and hope it goes well. Right. So we've got our options now, choices, and then our responses. Now that it was basically handled by the branch. So that is going to be the story branch class. And this is going to be the story node class. And really that all belongs to that. And then this is self-contained like that. I mean, kind of. That, well, that's going to include the speaker, which is its own class, right? So that's its own speaker class, which looks like that. Okay, so let's get that set up. So we should have on our story node, we should be able to do system collections generic. Get that out the way. System collections generic, so we can have lists. Right, so a story node is going to have a story speaker. It's going to have a public list of strings, which is a script, which is a new list of strings, and it's going to have a public list of story branch. Now we haven't created story branch yet, so let's go and create that now. All right. So I think to keep things simple and so we don't get confused, I'm actually just going to call these chapter 0, chapter 1, etc., etc. Okay, and we can do some clever things. Okay. So we know these two are fine, so I'm going to make these private, but what I am going to do is I'm going to expose a current node. So we're going to make this private, and we're going to make this private, and we're just going to expose a story node of current node. And the reason for that is, if you imagine being deep in story development and you're testing things, it could be a bit of a nightmare trying to find where the story currently is, right? So let's say you've just come across some problematic dialogue or whatever, right? This is going to get pretty hairy pretty quickly, right? And we're going to have branches coming off it and stuff like that. So it could be quite difficult to find where you actually are in that hierarchy. So by exposing the current node publicly, we can click that and it'll take us straight to where we are in the story, which lets us like find things a lot quicker and easier. So that's the only reason I'm exposing this node here, is so you can literally just click it during runtime and find out exactly where we're up to. Alright, so now we need to create some speakers, right? Because it's part of the story system. Okay, I'm actually going to branch this out further. So I'm going to create, in block capitals, I'm going to create a chapters and a speakers. And I'm actually going to drop the chapters onto chapters, so that we can put speakers here. Unless yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, so now we want to actually inherit the chapters from chapters. Just make sure that's good. We will get some null references from a goal orientation system that I was setting up yesterday. Yeah, I don't see any from story though. It should be good. Okay. For now, let's just turn that off. Right, okay. So speakers at the moment, the only one we have is Clover, but we will be adding more. So I'm going to put a story speaker class on Clover, and she is Clover, and her icon is this image here. But Clover's kind of special, yeah, because that image is actually its own dialogue background. So this is going to sound a bit weird, but it's like I was kind of saying about diegetic and non-diegetic. I don't even know whether that's the right terminology. I guess it's because in my story, it's all diegetic. But it's like my story has two layers of fictional realities, if you will, right? You have the world the girls live in reality, and the world that connects the player and Clover, and also eventually the other characters, right? So I guess we could kind of call that like a, you know, a proxy or whatever, a proxy world. And Clover is kind of the god of the proxy world, right? She's our what do you call it? She's our tether between the two, right? So I've already sort of been thinking about this in the back of my mind. So you see this colorful background type thing. I think this is mainly just a result that if we play this now, and I will admit, I'm going to confess to this. I think the reason this is in my head the way it is Yeah, oh yeah, I suppose we broke story, didn't we? Okay. The reason this is in my head the way it is I'm a little bit insecure about the fact that I feel like there's a kind of clashing of styles here, right? We have this kind of hairdressery, you know, you're going to go and buy your next can of Lynx style, which I started with for the whole project. And now that Clover's come along, Clover has this kind of bright, colourful, cartoony, almost childlike style. And I'm somewhat worried about the clash between the two. However, I think it'll be fine as long as I'm smart about it. And I think the way I'm going to try and pull that off is by saying that basically anything that has this style is part of Clover's world, and anything that has this style is part of the girl's world. And so the whole game kind of has two sides to it, two realities to it. So the reason I'm mentioning that is because I want my dialogue delivery system to show this background whenever we're talking to Clover, because she comes from this world, right? This intermediary world or whatever. But if we ever get dialogue from the girls, I want it to match this theme. So it's like we almost get a complete shift in style, even from the dialogue system. So it's like I'm trying to sort of like jump between two worlds all the time, you could say. You've got like the player's world that's kind of connects us to the girls' world, but we have our biggest connection is Clover, and then the girls, which almost feels like it's coming from a level deeper, if that makes sense, and has this very hairdressery type style to it. So this is way too much of a clash. So yeah, I guess to summarize, anything that has this theme is meant to be Clover's world, and anything that has this theme is meant to be the girl's world. So my dialogue system needs to account for that. So what I'm going to do for the speaker, for Clover, because she's special and has her own background, is rather than assign an icon, I'm going to assign this entire dialogue delivery system. Also, it's like it just goes to show how like sometimes things just happen accidentally, right? None of this was planned. This was accidental, right? I started making a tutorial system and I was very consciously trying to match her style, but then as it came into this game and I thought, there's a clash there, it kind of feels like I'm stuck between two styles. But then I thought, yeah, but there's not this entire game is kind of like has two sides to it. Maybe I can work with that. But really, it was kind of accidental because it was like, okay, I want my tutorial system to match Clover because she's the one giving the tutorial dialogue. But I also realized that the girls are going to have dialogue as well, and that just feels like completely out of place for the girls. So yeah, I think if it shifts, if the dialogue interface is shifting styles depending on who's speaking, I think that makes the most sense. Alright, so I'm just going to go in and find that dialogue background. There it is. And I'm going to assign it to Clover's speaker option. And then what we'll do is when Clover is talking to us, we will have this image appear in the dialogue background. But when the girls are talking to either us or themselves, I'm going to need a more dynamic background. Because all of this is actually like hard set in Photoshop. So it literally is just an image like that, right? Not like that, like that. So we want to keep the same shape. Oh, let me check. That flower is a bit of a problem because it sticks over the top, and that's Clover's flower. So I need to get rid of that flower. I'm hoping I was a good boy and I kept that dialogue. I did. Yay, I'm so smart. There you go, there's our original Photoshop file for it. So that's good. So there you go, that gets rid of the flower. That gets rid of the speaker name. That gets rid of her icon. So now the only thing left to do is to get a background that fits the girl's world a bit better. So let's take a look at it. I mean, it's very monochromatic, isn't it? Like, it's mostly black and white. When I look at this interface style, I think the only thing that makes sense is to go for that kind of background, which is like dark grey and black. Yeah. And then essentially what we would do is, I think we would use this color here for the speaker name and this color here for the actual spoken dialogue. And then we have like a good match for the theme of the other world, the other style. I think that makes a lot of sense. So I'm just going to save that. I'm just going to add a W on the end for world, like background world, as in the girl's world. Okay. So let's test this. So what essentially I'm going to do is create Chizuru speaker, which is going to have Chizuru's icon. And then I think the first thing I'm going to need is a reference to that image, which I'm going to call girls world. Which is dialog background world. Now we can get Clover's background directly off Clover's speaker avatar because it's kind of 2-in-1, right? So we only need the background for the girls world because all they have is their avatar. So now what I need to do is go into this object, our dialog background object, and we need to set up 2 views now. So you probably can't see it because it is under my camera. So what I'm essentially going to do now is I want to branch this into 2 versions. I could just create a second one. Okay, actually that would make more sense. Okay. I'm duplicating it and calling it background W for background world. And then what we can do is we can load. Actually, if I'm doing that, yeah, I don't. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose I don't really need. Okay, I'm tripping. I literally just would replace the texture in runtime because it really is just the background that changes. And we still want to use the same controls. What else I do need to do though is I need to give story speaker a color. So the color will be for the speaker's text. So Clover, when she speaks, she's using whatever it's set to now. So it has this purple. I don't know if am I happy with that though? I think I am. I don't know if I'm 1,000,000,000%. Well, we can always change it. I don't know if I'm 1,000,000,000% happy with it, but for now we've set Clover's color to that, so we'll retain that. So I can paste that in. So Chizuru can have her own color now. So just for argument's sake, we'll. I know what I wanted to do. Yeah, I don't know that I want to do that though. Because like I said, I think to make it match the boring kind of theme, the very contemporary, let's say, theme that currently exists. Yeah, I think I just want it to be that color, that blue. Okay, so if they're all going to use the same color, then I'm wrong about that. I don't want a custom color for each speaker. I think I did that in a Snowball's Chance and I kind of regretted it. At a certain point you start running out of colors, and in a gacha game we're definitely going to start running out of colors. So let's not even go down that road. We already display the speaker name and their avatar, and they're going to be on the screen talking most of the time when they're talking. So I don't think we need to like fucking add colors for each speaker as well, because it gets at certain points it gets kind of like, ah, god, what the fuck color can I choose for this person? So it gets a bit, well. Here's what we're going to do. Let's be smart about this. We're going to create a class called Story Aesthetic. And we're going to, really we only want two, so it might be a bit overkill, but there's quite a few things we need to record in it. That's why I'm doing it. So we're basically going to have Clover and the girls, and we might want to do an aesthetic for the player. I imagine at some point we're going to want an aesthetic for the player. Essentially we're going to have three groups of speaker types, right? We've got Clover, the girls in the story, and the player, that should be very distinct from each other. So it makes sense to create a story aesthetic class that can hold these values for us. So the thing that we need to remember, the things that we're going to need to store, is we're going to have a color 32, which is subtitle color. We're going to have a public texture 2D, which is background. We're going to have a public, let's put it at the top, a pub color 32 of speaker color. And we might even go so far as to have specific fonts, different fonts for different speaker types. I don't know if I'll do that yet, but we have the ability to do that, right? Because we can store more information. All right, so let's go set Clover's. So Clover's background is obviously dialogue background. The girl's background is dialogue background world, and we might now want to set a separate style for when the player talks. Although the player doesn't, I don't know if the player's going to talk through the dialogue system, because the player's kind of going to be presented with options anyway, and I always thought it was weird when the player speaks in these systems. But off the top of my head, I think if I do that, I think what could be fun is to just do a complete inversion of the girl's world and to display the player as white with like black text. I don't know that I'll stick with that, but that is my gut instinct, is to just invert it, because I think that's kind of interesting for now. But again, I might change that. So I probably should have called that BK G for girl and BK P for player. I guess W could be women. Women! Women! Sorry, I don't know what came over me. Sometimes that happens. Like caveman. It's like my deep evolutionary caveman thing kicks in. Right, so the girls, I want the speaker color to be this color here. Now, because Unity is a pain in the ass, we have to use Photoshop to get that color. Alright, so the color is that there. So we can set that. Now that perfectly matches the color in the logo. And that color there is what I want for the spoken subtitle text. And now that color perfectly matches that color in the logo there. There's also like a darker blue and a darker purple in the logo, which we could incorporate at some point. Well, oh, that's not a bad idea. Ooh, I think I know what to do. How about we grab that dark blue there for the player who's got a white background. So that should show up quite nicely. And then it's almost like the logo's kind of reflecting the girls and the player are on the outside, and Clover has nothing to do with the logo whatsoever. Clover's just the outsider. Alright, we want that color there. I'm liking this. Yeah, this lines up with color theory as well. It all lines up with color theory. Alright. Beautiful. I'm liking that a lot. So the girls have their colors. The player has his color, which is a little bit more boy-like, because it's a bit darker. And Clover's something different altogether, isn't she? She kind of speaks in purple, though, doesn't she? At the moment she does. I might change that. She's only speaking purple because I was trying to find a color that was easy to read against this very colorful background, and purple seemed to fit the best. But I don't know that's not exactly set in stone. But we can change this as much as we want, obviously, by setting it up like this. Where the fuck is the dialogue? There it is. So at the moment, Clover's using this color, but again, we might change it. But let's set that for now. Oh shit, that's supposed to be the subtitle color. Ooh, also, you know how the player... Right, so the girl's name is in pink and the dialogue is in blue. Did I invert that for the player? Yes. Okay, good. I didn't even mean to, but then when I thought about, oh wait, I should invert that for the player. I already did, but that was accidental as well. But I think that's the right move, because it also has this silly thing where it's like a girl is... I mean, we don't know that the player's male, but let's be honest, the player's kind of meant to be male. Well, yeah, they are meant to be male because this is their standard icon. And now you've got like the girl's name in pink and the player boy who's in blue as well, which is like, you know, it's just an extra little silly little thing there that, again, I think players will subconsciously pick up on these things even if they're not consciously aware of it. And I think it all helps to kind of, you know, get the theme and everything cemented and... Clover's speaker name is this one here, so now we need to go and get that color. Actually, well, yeah, but that's true. But it's actually all just one image. So Clover doesn't actually need reference to her color, her speaker color name. It's kind of weird as well because, again, this is another happy accident. When you actually look at Clover's colors, she is actually kind of using the same blue and purples that everybody else is using, but it's just very different. It's kind of like, it's like the player's purple, but the girl's blue. Almost like she's using a mix of the two when you look at it. It's not quite the girl's blue, but it's closer to the girl's blue than the boy's blue. But her purple is very close to the boy's purple. In fact, I think it might be the same, actually. Again, completely accidental, but I kind of like that because Clover is meant to be this kind of... You can't quite figure her out. She's meant to be mysterious, you know. You're meant to have more questions than answers when it comes to Clover. Okay, so, but I will, in case we want to use it elsewhere, right? Because we might then inherit these colors in other places in the UI. It would be good to have a speaker color down in the system anywhere. So I'm still going to look that blue up from her dialogue. There it is. Her dialogue box. Okay, there we go. We've got it. We got it. By Jove, we got it. Yeah, so that's kind of interesting that she's using, again, completely accidental, but I like the way it's, because now we're still using color theory, right? We're kind of like, we have our colors that are our colors, the game's colors, and we're using them in as many places as we can so we don't go crazy and use too many colors. It's good to pick like good complementary or contrasting colors that represent your theme, and then yeah, there's this whole color theory thing, but also that can have like kind of like extra meaning behind it. And in this case, I think it does have an interesting kind of mystery around it, as in like, okay, well, why does Clover speak as in the boy's name color? But it's like the color that the girls use, but then she speaks in the girl's color. No, she doesn't. She speaks in the boy's color. And it's like, that's different. It's just completely accidental. But now that I've seen the way that's set up, I actually think I couldn't have like picked better myself. Like I like that that's how it's turned out. Alright, so now in story, we no longer need a reference to the girl's world because we have, instead we're going to have a list of aesthetics. Okay, so on start, for each child in chapters, we load chapters. For each child in aesthetics, wouldn't you know, we're going to load the aesthetics. Okay. Because now we can hard code some logic in that basically says, okay, if the speaker is Clover, well, what we're actually going to do, here's what we're going to do. Yeah, hard coding is bad. I mean, you obviously have to hard code some stuff, but the less hard coding you can do, the better. So what we can do now, and I think this is really, really smart, is we obviously want to link a speaker with an aesthetic. So now we don't need this icon. Yeah, no, a speaker still needs a separate icon because, you know, there are lots of girls. There are going to be a lot of girls in the game, right? Given that it's iDLE. Okay, so now we can have public string name, public texture icon, and a public story aesthetic of aesthetic. Oh boy. Super exciting. So I probably want to add the player in here as a speaker as well. Now speaker, I've got, this is another thing you can do. So you can create, now this does have to be hard coded. I'm basically going to create anything that sees hash name hash is actually going to go and look up the player name from the player profile and replace it with that text. So this name will be whatever your profile name is set to. So the player has his own background and he has his own aesthetic. Clover wait, that's not supposed to be his background, that's supposed to be his icon. So we've got a default player icon. What did I call it? Also, there's tons. I really want to do this as well. Like, there's a ton of shit I assume from like imported prefabs and stuff. Like, I don't know what any of these things are, but I'm not using any of them. They're not from my project. It'd be nice to actually get rid of them. Okay, I actually called it P level for player level. That is the icon we want to use for the player. And then Chizuru's got her icon and she's going to want the girl's aesthetic. Okay. And Clover has Clover's aesthetic. And really, I don't have that icon. Yeah, I'm kind of regretting setting Clover's dialogue up as like a very specific. Oh shit. I'm not moving what I thought I was moving. I thought I was just moving that over a bit because it just goes slightly out of. But that's not what I want. That's it there. Yeah, that's better. There we go. So now what's nice is obviously when I make new girl speakers as we add more characters, I will just
Mike Sparkles.
Have Mike make me shit myself. I'll just do this and then I can put the player's name in. Now what might be good, actually, we can do some clever things here as well. Like rather than have to. So like I like to be lazy. The chances are we're going to yeah, that's the thing though, player. Okay, I won't do that. I have this thing where duplicate data drives me crazy because the one thing you learn when you learn relational databases is you do not duplicate data anywhere at all. But also it's just like an efficiency problem, right? Really, we could inherit the name from the game object name. But if I do that, I kind of need player. I could hard code it, I guess, to replace player with hash name hash and then do the replace or whatever. Or just replace it directly. So I won't do that. But I kind of want to because it's like, well, now when I set up a new character, I've got to name them here, right? Esmeralda. And I've also got to type it again here, and it's like, really, it would be more efficient to just type it once for the game object, and then this name can be inherited from the game object. We could do that. I can't resist. Okay, I can't resist. I am going to do that. The only other problem though as well is like the more you do shit like this, the more you end up with like race conditions. But we can do that. In fact, do we even really need a name field? We could just use the game object name directly, I guess. Don't we just need that? Be even more efficient. I like being efficient though. I mean, there you go. Now we got rid of an entire string that we don't. We can just inherit directly from the game object. I kind of like that. Alright, we'll do that. Okay, so there you go. We just created a bunch of aesthetics.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke?
Not another joke.
What did the shy pebble wish for? That she was a little bolder.
Shut up. This is what happens when I create things. They torture me. And yet here I am creating more things to torture me. Nah, Miku's fine. It's just, you know, those jokes. Sometimes. Probably better than the fun facts, to be fair. Alright, so we need to start putting this shit together now. Oh boy. Okay. So for the tutorial, the speaker is always going to be Clover. For now. So we want hello there, new friend. My name is Clover. What's your name? And the way this is the other thing I kind of want to talk about is you'll always find that when you make an object oriented driven things like this, you'll find, oh my god, there's this one situation where my story system can't just run itself. It needs to do something very specific, but it only happens in this one place. And this is the perfect example. Because the first thing I want Clover to do is introduce herself and then ask the player what is their name. And that's this box here. Oh, actually, that's something else I wanted to do. Give me a second. I also... No, Unity. If that's... Oh, I know why. I'm like, why does that look like that? Again, I did this. I'm very naughty. I do some very stupid things and then I always regret them. I made this... Look at that. It's because I made it in Unity. This is so weird. I don't know why I did this. It's such a weird way of doing things. I made it in Unity and then I turned it into a graphic and then I reloaded it back as a graphic with the control on it and then added the control back to it. So what that means now is when I wanna... This is so stupid. I always regret doing stupid things like this. The craziest part is, right, like, I think that has... Okay, the enter your name isn't actually a text object anymore. We just rely on the graphic for it. But the fact that the input is under there now makes it impossible for me to resize the input and add the character's head there. Because it's actually in the graphic. And I can't get this image back from under the graphic. This is why I'm a goddamn fool sometimes. Oh my god, I am so stupid. Give me a second. Right, it was created using this. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. This is why I'm an idiot. I just made so much more work for myself. But because I always do it, I always think, nah, that's... Why would I need to change that? Like, that's fine. It's... Let's just set it in stone and get it in the thing. And then always, there's always a point when I'm like, ah, fuck. Why did I do that? And I always know I'm going to regret it as well. It's like this little voice will be like, don't do this, you'll regret it in the future. And then I convince myself, no, I won't. It's going to be fine. I won't want to change this. And then what do you know? Oh, what did I tell you? You wouldn't listen to me. You wouldn't listen to the voice of reason now, would you? Okay. I don't think... See, I had it sized exactly the way I wanted it. The circle is like just over your... It looks so much better than what this does. I could make this semi-transparent so I can line it up with the other one, I guess. That's not a bad idea. Now I can line it up with the other one. I also lost the border as well, didn't I? There we go, that's about where it was. Yes, I did, but I can get the border back by putting a stroke. Oh, you fucker. No, because that's going to add it to the text now. Well, so then what I need to do is I need to copy merge it. See how much work I make for my future self. My past self is just... This has always been my problem. I always been my own worst enemy. My past self has absolutely no consideration at all for my future self. He's such an asshole. My past self is always such an arsehole. And I'm tired of it. It just has absolutely no consideration for me, current me, future self, ever. Okay, it was a black outline last time. The purple outline was on the control. But I think the control... Yeah, this is the other issue. It's because... It's because Unity doesn't let me do rounded corner things like that. So you see this purple line here, this purple thing here. Like Unity won't let me do that dynamically. It would have to be done in Photoshop. But then we're back to the same issue, right? Is if we add it in Photoshop, then it's... But you can't resize it back in Unity. So this isn't entirely my past self's fault. It's not like there's a really good solution for this, to be completely honest. Also, why am I, like I said, right, this is black outline. And the purple outline was on the thing. Because you'll see what happens, right? If I put this, so let me save this now. If I overwrite the other one with this one, I assume that's enter_name.png. Could not save it because it's open. Okay, let's close it then. Alright, try it now. The problem we'll have now, right, is when this blue is against... So yeah, to be fair, this isn't really my fault. It is kind of a technical limitation. Yeah, you see how shit that looks. Because it blends in too much with this now. So the purple outline is really necessary, I think, because it looks good. We'll have a look in a second, see if there's another way of doing it. I don't think there is though. But it does look like Unity's put, like, where does this outline come from? Unity does have an outline in there. It's just abysmally small and doesn't suit my UI style. Anyway, where is this game object in the hierarchy? I can't see shit right now. There it is, NNM. So I want to add a raw image. All this to add a fucking player. I just wanted to do it. Alright? Oh my god. Right, what was it? Player level, P level. Also, I hate it when Unity does this weird thing where it like stretches out and it loses. Oh, I actually kind of like it overlapping like that a little bit. Because it kind of looks like an ID card. Because I was looking at this last night and I thought, well, it kind of looks like an ID card on purpose because I wanted it to look a bit like an ID card. And I'm like, well, wait, the player's got an avatar now. Why don't I add the player avatar to it? And of course, the rest of the struggles, you know, you were there. You saw it. Kind of looks like it wants to be more that way now, though. Okay, can we not create a thicker outline? The weirdest part is there is no control for this. Because it does add an outline. Oh, Unity, you drive me crazy sometimes. Because you're clearly hiding options from us. You do draw an outline around there. So why isn't that an option in the fucking... Why can't I do something with that outline? I can't even turn that outline off. In somewhere else in the game, I wanted to turn it off. Yeah, it was the goals thing I was doing yesterday. I wanted to get the outline off the Text Mesh Pro objects. Text Mesh Pro kind of drives me a little bit crazy. I'm not going to lie. What's this point size? It's just the size of the text. Why can't I put that back now? Are you kidding me? Oh my god! 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 Oh, don't fuck with that. Whatever you do. Holy shit! It's a right fucking mess. So yeah, this is why I did it, right? Because like at the end of the day, Unity just doesn't make it easy to add that outline. But it clearly has the capability, because it puts a fucking 0.1 sized outline around the whole thing, whether you fucking want it or not. But they don't give you any control for it. Oh, Unity. Like, you're clearly doing draw calls, right, without my permission. And you're not giving me any control over it. Bad Unity. That's a very bad Unity thing to do. Alright, let me Google it. Let's see if there's some way of overriding that. Just expose the properties, man. Yeah.
Are you free to talk?
I can mute this, yeah. Right. Sorry, well. I can't remember what I did last time. Oh, there you go. I think that was it. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to redo it again. Right, so it's roughly about that size. Of course you would do that to me, Photoshop. Snap it to bigger than where I actually want it. Right, that should be fine. Make it see-through, just so that I can create a new layer. And get this purple box back. So I don't think there's any other way to do it. Oh my god, do a new start. Wait, what? Why can't you change that after the fact? That's so annoying. Will it automatically create a new layer if I draw something? Yeah. Why does it look ghosty like that? I suppose because that's... Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I think that should work. And I'll fit the control to the box. Okay, I think that looks a lot better. I can't believe how long that fucking took me though, just to add an image there. But yeah, I think that looks a lot better. Okay, so I was talking about this, right? So in this one specific line of dialogue, you might want to do something very specific. And in this case, our very specific thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to display this name input as this line of dialogue is processed. And maybe once she's completed it. So the script is going to be okay, the player option rather, which is a branch. So now we need a story branch. So we want to create a branch. Oh, we haven't actually fleshed that out yet. Oops. I'll call it choice. And then we want system collections generic. So we can have public list string response list of string. Okay, so I'm going to use this format here where in square brackets I can give like a command to the story system, and then we can hard code those commands. Or we could be, if we wanted to make this truly dynamic, I don't know, at a certain point you have to draw a line. See, when I linked this menu yesterday and I put these panel names on, and I put panel colon stash, and then I put in my system controller open stash. That made my life so much easier, and I really like this because it's much more object oriented friendly, right, rather than like hard linking things. Because I then went and did play goals, right? I added some more things to play goals last night. That's the wrong goals. Hang on, let me open the UI goals. We're not actually going to see them. That's the problem. Well, we will if I run it. Let's run it. Where we've got an error. Oh, I spelled progress wrong. Yeah, that's why. Oh, now what? Button claim still has text. You fucking son of a bitch. Why are you like this, Unity? You just love to make everything harder than it needs to be, don't you? I fucking updated that last night. But I did it directly in the prefab edit view. But I find this sometimes, that sometimes it's a little motherfucker. And it won't actually update, and I don't know why. Because I just said why, because it's a motherfucker. Right. Oh wait, was that not updated in here though when I dragged it in? Yeah, it is now. Okay. That should work now. Oh, I would have lost my prefab reference probably. Yeah, I lost my prefab reference now. Oh my god, I want to kill somebody. There. Yeah, so basically we have this go button, and what this lets me do, story isn't set up yet though, because I set it up that way and gave it like a panel string name, and then system controller has a way of opening a panel by name. I was able to dynamically set these achievements up so that when you click go, it'll automatically open the panel that lets you get that thing. Right, so in this case it would be gacha. So the way I was able to do that was by removing direct link references or hard code ways of doing things and using a string identifier instead, which is really nice. Also, I just realized we are disabling this .game object, which we are a child. We actually want our great-grandparent. Again though, I guess I could add to the system controller the ability to close a panel. There's like a million ways of doing this. I've only been doing this for 2 hours. Why do I feel so tired? Let's just add it, and then it's an ability that we have then. And then what I can do is in goals, when button go is clicked, instead of saying this game object set active to true, I can just say this. I can say system hide panel goals. That should fix that. I don't know if I'm happy with. I don't think I'm happy with this girl kicking a ball. I don't even know if I'm happy with it being called goals. Maybe I just call it rewards, because really it's kind of rewards. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing yet. I know I'm definitely not happy about this. I don't think it matches the theme of the game. Yeah, but obviously Clover was still open, so Clover was like on top of the gacha system. It's like, oh my god, there's so many things to do. I feel like this game's going to take me like 50 years to finish. Right, let me just close that for now. I'm also like, I'm doing this thing where I'm like working on a million things at once. I'm so like fucking scatterbrained with this project. Sort of. No, I mean, I am a little bit. You kind of have to be though in a way. But I don't know. I feel like what I tend to do, and I don't know why I'm like this, I tend to get everything to 90%, and then I move on to another thing. So then I end up with like, where I'm at now is I probably have about 32 different things that are at 90% completion, and I need to go and like 100% complete all those things. But also the last 10% can be a pain, because a lot of the time it kind of makes sense though, because a lot of the time the last 10% is the connectivity between those systems or whatever, right? And like a system kind of has to be finished before another system can like incorporate it often. But sometimes it's just because I'm a scatterbrain motherfucker and it's like, okay, I'm sick of this now, let's move on to something else. Anyway, all of that was a massive distraction. The point I was trying to make is there's all kinds of things we could do, right? Are there going to be lots and lots of times where... See, what I did in A Snowball's Chance, but I kind of regretted this. But there was a reason I regretted it. I'm just trying to learn from my past mistakes, right? I had this ingenious idea, which was quite a good idea, but it also became difficult to manage. I had this ingenious idea of making it so that story nodes could activate game objects, and then I would put the scripts of the game objects to like do certain things. So like, I don't know, like I would activate the birds. So like the seagulls, right? I would activate the trolley on a certain story mode, and then I would activate the seagulls on another one, and like I would activate all these like timings of things that had to happen. But what I realized is the problem I ran into, which was a real fucking pain in the ass, is progression. So let's just say node index, right? What I found is I would do things like this, right? I would say on a certain node. So let's just say, for example, we have all these nodes. This is the biggest issue I had with it. Is I would say, let's say on node 8, I would say teleport NPC to position blah blah blah. I wouldn't say that, but it would have a script. It would have a script on that node that could teleport objects such as players and NPCs, and I would add that to the node and say, okay, now we want to do this now. But then essentially, what I essentially did in a Snowball's Chance is I had like 90% of the game logic as little tools and scripts and classes that sat on nodes, and as the nodes activated, it ran said code, right? The problem with that was if I was resuming, let's say I was resuming from node 11, right? So play data said the player is on node 11. And so I would go in and I would see that the player was on node 11 and I would activate node 11, but none of the code for 10.987654321 had been run. So let's say, just for argument's sake, node 11 was talked to, let's just say an NPC A. Well, guess what? NPC A isn't where they're meant to be to talk to, because on node 8 I teleported them somewhere else as part of the story, right? I'm going to the shop, see you later, and then node 8 would teleport the NPC to the shop. But then if you resume story progression from node 11 and you only run node 11's code, then the NPC isn't where they're meant to be. And I, as I was building the system, I didn't foresee this happening really. It just kind of evolved that way. But then I realized, oh shit. So then what I had to do, well, it was really awkward. I actually ended up having two fix systems in place to solve this problem. The first fix was I iterated through all preceding nodes to ensure all code ran. This had two main problems. A, there was timer-based code, right, which obviously was very problematic when you're trying to immediately restore progress. Timer-based code caused problems with that. And the other issue was it's just incredibly inefficient, right? Running so much unnecessary code in order to restore state, in order to restore story state based on progression. So I massively regretted this system. By the end of the game, I was so mad at this system. I was like, oh my god, I'm never building a system like that again, because it bit me in the ass. I ended up having to do a second fix, which, I'm ashamed to admit this, it was the ultimate patch fucking, you know, solution that just really was quite bad, but it kind of solved the problem. I had a second fix where basically every time the player data saved, each NPC recorded their current respective state, and this include things like position. This had to include like position, rotation, true false flags, right? That kind of sort of fixed the problem, but it was a bit of a nightmare. The downside of that was I don't know, I'll be honest, it wasn't 100% reliable, but it was about the best I could get. It wasn't 100% reliable, but it was reliable only in most circumstances. There were circumstances where it didn't quite work. And I think it was because it depended on when I was updating saved data, right? Like sometimes an NPC's code ran before the play data save, and sometimes an NPC's play code ran after the save data state. So like even then it could be like slightly off and cause problems. So yeah, anyway, long story short, I massively regretted this system, and this is kind of what I'm coming to now. See, this is why you've got to think really deeply about these things, right? It's no good just saying, yeah, we'll just happen now. Because like, okay, if we want to go, there's a few ways of solving this problem, right? How do we open this control through the story system? And I don't want to come across this problem again, because my instinct, my object orientation instinct is to say, okay, we could make a class that has different types of commands, right? We could do like commands like that, commands like that, commands like that. There's all sorts of things we could do, right? So as an example, I could make it so that this sets a game object to be active, right? That could do like a game object to be set active, and I could even create a class for it. And then I could do like other things like, I don't fucking know. When I want two of the different types of functions, I could use like different symbols, right? To like put the string command in or whatever. Also, like the string commands, okay, the string commands, there's two ways of doing that as well. The string commands versus actual references. And then what's the difference between those two? The thing that worries me is if I start to create something like that, that lets me activate an object on a story node, we are getting dangerously close to repeating our past mistakes. Dangerously close to repeating our past mistakes. I guess the correct way to think about this, the reason you can see why this was an issue, like I don't know if I'm overthinking it or not. I am and I'm not, right? Because this really did fucking kick me in the balls. This really ended up biting me in the ass really substantially, and like trying to fix my issues with it was an absolute nightmare. I never want to deal with that again. Now, when I look at this example that we're at now, it is overthinking it, without a doubt. But you have to overthink things sometimes when you're doing this. The reason I'm overthinking it, right, is all we're doing is opening the player name input box and closing it on a specific node. So, if we don't need to reiterate through that. I suppose the question is, the important thing to remember is, are we ever running code that is going to need to be rerun in the future in order to change some state of something? Because if the answer is yes, then we really should avoid this like the plague, doing it like that. If the answer is yes, then we need some system that tracks changes to states and restores them to what state they're supposed to be in. So in hindsight, if I was going to go back and recreate a snowball's chance, I would absolutely insist on building some kind of state restore system where anytime I do something insane like this, teleport an NPC as part of a story node, it utilizes a separate system of a state restore system, and that state restore system tracks what states were changed and is able to reproduce the output of those states when resuming progress through the progression system, because it's absolutely imperative. In our situation right now, we don't need to worry about that for this particular thing. But I know how it works, right? If I give myself a tool that makes it quick and easy for me to change some state by running some arbitrary code on a node, I will use it, because this stuff is hard, right? And I'm just very conscious about what a pain in the ass that was last time, and how I don't want to repeat those mistakes. Also, this purple looks a bit dark.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? Where does Fonzie like to go for lunch? Chick-fil-A.
Phil A. How are the hours going by this quickly? It's about fully understanding what options we have available as tools and what the pros and cons of each way of doing things is. Another thing is, because I might be able to solve everything with one system. Another problem is, and this kind of relates to the same issue, right? So I feel like maybe I can come up with a solution for this. Is modern games, and this tutorial system is going to be no different. Modern games should take the player and give them a very small amount of interactions initially, and then as the player's going through, as the player's going through, we should be adding more and more options, right? This is like the unfolding method. So we start the player off by saying, hey, we're going to teach you about this system, and the player can only interact with this system. And then when we're done with that, we move on and say, oh, let me introduce this system, and now the player can interact with these systems. And then we add a new one, and we add a new one, and we add a new one, and we keep doing this so that we don't overwhelm the player, right? Because if the player logs on and sees this, They might just fucking Alt F4 or whatever and be like, yeah, fuck that. Right? Especially with Gacha UI. Gacha UIs can be pretty fucking intense. And this is why you're never given everything right from the get-go. And even then, a lot of players do still struggle to sort of remember where everything is, because there's a lot to teach the player, and so you'll essentially add more and more and more things. So we are seeing this problem right now, given that we're developing our onboarding, because wherever the player's up to obviously affects how many systems the player should have access to. So as an example, right, if you teach the player about this and the player sticks with it and then learns about this and then the player logs out, oh, I'm out of time, I'll come back to this, I'm going to work, I'll come back to this after work or tomorrow or whatever, then the player logs on and you give them everything. They skip these steps, right? This is exactly the thing that I'm talking about. It's exactly the same problem. It's the same problem. Like, the player never went through all the steps in the right order, so things didn't run the way we were expecting them to run. So when we restore state for the player, we need to remember that the player had access to this, this, and this, so that we can restore only that access to the player. And then the story should also be ready to teach. The system should be ready to teach about the third system as well when restoring. Now that might not look like a complicated problem to solve, because it's like, well, easy, you just load the story at teach 3 and then you just activate those game objects, you activate those systems for the player. But now you're talking, okay, so just to solve that so what that does, that's nowhere near as easy as it sounds. For this particular problem, which essentially is the same problem, I would need to create a system state class that tracks which systems are enabled and which systems are disabled. Then I need a separate class that's a system enabler and a system disabler. And then I need to get all that data out into a readable string pair value to save on play data in the cloud. And then I need to be able to read that data back from the cloud and then run all the restoration script and code to restore those states. So as simple as this looks, it's actually kind of complicated. And then because a system is really a concept, like there are all kinds of issues. So then like you've got to ask yourself, what is a system, right? What is the entity that we're dealing with here? What are these squares representing? Because they can, even that can get a little bit muddled. Because I would say at its most basic, it relates to two things, right? It relates to a menu button. I think most of this is about interface visibility. And then when that menu button visibility is visible, it will probably link to a game object or a canvas or a transform or something, right? Which will then have custom classes. Essentially, that's what these squares represent at their most basic, right? But the real, I suppose, the real magic lies in menu visibility. That's where it really boils down to. Now, that is not too bad. I can definitely make a system that will do this. But this example is very linear, right? It's like, okay, we have one system, then we have two, then we have three, then we have four, then we have five. Whenever you're building a system, it's always important to know what are the limitations and to ask yourself, do you ever need more dimensions than that? So when I look at this, I think, okay, is there ever a point and there may well be, is there ever a point where you might need to do this? And go down a system. And you might look at that and think, what? Why would you ever need to do that? Well, I'll give you an example. Okay, an example of this would be something like PvP Arena. PvP Arena might be a game mode that is on or off depending on whether there's a season active right now. So then it's, now we've introducing new logic and new like things, but to be fair, that would probably have its own code anyway in that example, because you wouldn't put that in this system. And the reason why is because this is about state restoration and where the player was up to, right? So the reason this is a bad example, but that I just wanted to give an example why you might want to go down and go the other way, right? So if the player logged out at the end of a PvP season, then essentially the PvP season, let's say this is the PvP season here. Let's say this is PvP arena, right? Then when the player logged out, PvP arena was active. But maybe the next time they log in, the season's ended. So we don't want PvP arena. We want to remove it. There is no, in this example, there is no PvP arena because the season ended. Or maybe we show a different UI, right? Like season results or whatever. But to be fair, that would definitely have its own code and class, right? You'd need your own systems that manage whether, you know, PvP should be aware whether there's a season running, whether we're in a state where we're showing results, whether we're, you know, allowing people to go in or not, and all that stuff. That would essentially want its own class anywhere. It shouldn't ever rely on something like a state restoration class like this. But just to be a devil's advocate, it is worth prodding at the system and thinking, okay, just for argument's sake, let's say this was something else, right? I don't know. Well, here's another good example. Okay, so that was probably a bad example, but here's a good example. And this comes straight from the real world, especially gacha games, right? An example of where you might want to do this. Although again, I think it's the same issue, but this is why I'm like doing this mental exercise to just see if I can find a weakness, and so I don't miss anything. Are we sure we can build the right system that supports everything we need? Because it's very hard to go in after the fact and change it. Once you've stacked and stacked and stacked and stacked and stacked right on top of these things. And again, this is why I genuinely think this is the real reason we're not getting artifact loadouts in Genshin, because it's just way too difficult of a problem to solve at this point. The game is so fucking big, it's been running for so long, it's got so much stuff stacked on top of stuff, on top of stuff, on top of stuff, that they wouldn't even know where to start to try and give us that. Like, it's not as straightforward as it sounds. Yeah, I think it's the same thing as PvP though, right? I guess. These are still maybe quite good examples though, right? Because maybe you have a button for events when there's an event on, but when there isn't an event on, you just don't show the button. Now, the solution here would be just to exclude events from this system restoration. It's like, okay, if you make a system restoration, or well, I said, okay, I keep saying system restoration. It's a menu button visibility state restorer, right? If you make a menu button visibility state restorer that looks at all the menu buttons and says, yeah, these are the buttons the player had the last time they logged in, so these should be the buttons the player has now that they log in again. Well, in the two examples I gave when it comes to like PvP and events, those would have their own logic for whether they should be on or off, right? They shouldn't, you would never want to include those in a system restorer class like this, because they would be responsible for their own visibility, which are based on entirely different conditions. I suppose really this system state restorer, this menu button visibility state restorer, is specifically trying to address the problem of, okay, how many systems has the player learned about? Where are they in the tutorial, and what should we be presenting to them? Yeah, I think essentially what these should be is restoration state indexes is what they should boil down to. So the two class names I can think of is a UI system and a UI systems and now I see what originally made me think in this direction. I think we can use this system to solve this problem. And in game data, let's just say United States. In game data, what we would have is a list of UI system states. And for now, and maybe we could expand this class so that it does a lot more. Well, when it all boils down, the important piece of information that we need is a bool, whether it's true or false. Is a system visible or not? But it's more complicated than that even. Yeah, okay, we need three classes here. We need a UI states, a UI state, and a UI system. So the system would have a name, but again, maybe we can inherit that from game object name. True. A game object of like activator, deactivator, that links a system to a specific canvas object. And then here we could include things like tooltips or whatever if we wanted to, right? But at its bare core, right. Actually, let's keep in line with our story system. We'll put it in block capitals if it is a type. Right, so here's how I think we would solve this problem. is for every UI component, including our enter player name, for every single UI component that we ever wish to present to the player, including Clover, including the player name, we need to create an entry for it that links it. Ooh, you know what? This is getting exciting. You know what's really cool about this? Okay, I can expand the panel opener that I already made, and instead we'll make it so that it's not even hard coded anymore. It will basically look through these systems, and then that way if it receives an identifier of a string name of a system, it automatically will be able to find where that system lives, and it will automatically be able to either enable or disable that system. Holy fuck, this is going to be it. This is it. Then we can use that function when we reload game state data from the cloud and restore system states. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay, I think this is the solution that I need. I think this is the solution that I need. And if I was ever going to do a snowball's chance again, I guess I would need something similar that handled like NPC and object positions and visibilities and stuff like that. So it would need to be a slightly more fleshed out version of this. Okay, so I now need to go and find all my fucking systems. So the best place to start is obviously our main menu, right? Let's put that over there so I can see it. Right. So for a start, we want every single one of these main menus. And I'm actually going to give them lowercase values so we can call them cleanly using string identifiers. Right. So we can do story, gear, stash, party, goals, recruit. Oh, you know what they also need? Yeah, activator. This is genius. Oh my god, this is so smart. It wants to be a list. Okay, I think I've solved it. Okay, this is what we actually need. We need two of these. Because not only do we want to link a system by its canvas, essentially, which is this, the activator. And maybe I should have just put panel. Yeah, I think activator is very confusing. Let's just call it panel. So we have buttons and panel. The reason we have buttons is we don't want to limit ourselves to only have one button that links you to a party. If you think about it, right? Think about the example that I gave, right? It's PvP season. Do you only want one button to get into PvP? Because you might want to put buttons somewhere else, right? You might have a news page. Hey, guess what, everybody? PvP season is now active. You might want to put a little button that says, okay, participate now. And you click that button and it takes you straight into the PvP arena. But there's also a button here for arena. And there might also be a button somewhere else for the arena. Like, we don't want to limit ourselves to only one button. So if we do a list of buttons, then what we can do is if we find out a system is meant to be inactive, can we not just put their states directly on here though? Yeah, maybe I don't need a separate class for states. I could probably just add it to the system, right? And say whether that system is meant to be on or off. I think that would work. And then we could put code directly on the class itself to then go through and say, okay, well, if I'm not meant to be active right now, then I'll go and disable all my buttons, and I'll make sure that, well, the panels can't be activated without the buttons anyway, right? But I'll just also make sure that my panels are closed. Holy shit. With a system like this, you know what else you could do? You could literally send a message from a server saying PvP season's ended, kick everybody out, and then this system would be like, oh, I'm not meant to be on right now. Okay, let me just kick the player out of this system. PvP's over. And it would just disable it. That's actually kind of nuts. So I no longer need a distinction between states and systems or anything either. They're the same thing. Yeah, I'll just call it UI systems. I like to be consistent. They are states, but there are a lot of other things as well, right? They're states and they're like locations. So this is a great solution. I had to visualize it to understand it though. Yeah, I had to visualize that to understand it. But yeah, essentially it all comes down to visibility and accessibility, right? Alright, so now we can have like wiki. And so now what we can do is we can link story to story, gear, hang on, gear to gear. So we can link the main menu buttons. So now this class can know exactly what it needs to disable if it's not meant to be active. And then we can go through and link our panels. Now some of these panels aren't there. Now we could actually go to the button class. I don't know. I don't know if I should modify my button class. Because now I could set I could make it so that the button class has to belong to UI system. And then we just pull from the list of UI systems to say what type of button it is, what system does it belong to. But that's not entirely necessary at this point. So yeah, some of these don't exist yet because they're not finished yet. But yeah, obviously I would link their respective panels. So I can modify my... Right, I'm going to modify my open and close class then. Check this out. This is super, super nice. If I go to my system controller, I can massively optimize this code now. Instead of hard coding it like this, which is kind of silly. Right, the system, obviously we need a list of UI systems, right? Well, it depends. I can either, yeah. I could just link the UI system, I guess. Because we've already got a UI systems class on there. I could have put it directly into system controller. Whatever, I've already made a class for it now. Yeah, I'll just link UI systems. There we go. So UI systems is got to be responsible for inheriting its systems. The only downside of this is we might get a race condition. But we can fix that. So UI systems is what wants the list of systems, right? Yeah, and of course UI systems should have the function. And let's abbreviate it, right? Because I like things to be like short and sweet. Rather than call it UI systems in the address in my addressable thing, I'll just call it UISYS. And then I just need to say UISYS dot panel control or whatever I decide to call it, right? So let's start with, this is so cool. I really like this. Oh my god, I'm never gonna go back now. I know this is like when I first came up with the system controller itself. This feels like, oh, this is something I'm definitely gonna want in all my games going forward. And I can't believe it took me this long to think of it. Right. So it's a list of UI system, which we'll just call systems, equals new list of systems. So then we want a void awake, which builds the list. So we want for each transform child in transform, and we want to say systems adds child get component UI system. Oh, this is going to be so sick. And then we can have a public function on here on UI systems where we can manually open or close a system, and the UI systems itself, when it receives said instruction, will update its state to say whether it's meant to be active or not. Then we just need to teach player data system to include these states and make a key value pair for them, and then it'll just manage itself. Oh, it's okay, this is super cool. And that means whatever the fucking UI, whatever state any element of the UI was in when the player was last playing the game, even if they refresh their browser, log in on a different device, whatever happens, they restore the game and the UI system is restored to exactly where they last left it. That also could kick you in the arse though. That could also backfire. Like I say, you got to be careful with something like this. Because if you end up, like I was playing the Infinity Nikki the other day, right, and there was a fucking screen that wouldn't close, and I couldn't. It was meant to be closed, but it clearly wasn't, and Nikki was able to run around, but I couldn't see anything because the UI was in the way. If they built a system like this that restored that UI system in its broken state, then I would have been fucking I would have been bricked out of being able to play the game ever again until they fixed it. So you got to be careful about stuff like that as well, right? It's like, are you sure you want to restore the state every single time? Because maybe you don't. What if it's broken? What if it's bugged? What if something goes wrong? So you do have to be really careful with stuff like this. But no, I'm feeling confident. I think I'm better than Infinity Nikki. I think I'm better. You know what I was reading as well the other day? I was reading yesterday, right, on a Tribe 9 announcement. We built a team of roughly 300 people to develop and run a Tribe 9, but due to like substantially lower than expected projections in revenue, we have no choice but to shut it down. I was like, wait, you have 300 people working on that game. I'm one fucking dude. Mind you, to be fair, that game didn't have... I mean, they said the game had bugs, because I remember there was a list of bug fixes or something. But I never came across a single bug in that game. I've got to be honest. That game was pretty solid. That was a pretty solid game, actually. I don't think it was everyone's cup of tea, and I can see why it failed, and that's a completely separate thing. But from a technical perspective, that game was pretty solid. That was a pretty solid game. It was pretty bug free, and it was very well put together. I will say that. But holy shit, a team of 300 people. That's a lot of people for a tiny little game like that. Alright, so we want to make a function in our UI systems that will let us activate or deactivate a system. So I'm going to call it change state. So we're going to take a UI system type called system, and we're going to take a state called state. So the first thing we want to do when we receive an instruction to do this is we want to update the system with the new state. So we want to say system dot is active equals state, and then we also want to go in and for each game object in system dot buttons, we want to go in and we want to deactivate those buttons, turn those buttons off, because the system is no longer available. And then we also want to go into the systems panel. We don't necessarily, yeah, we'll do it anyway just to be safe, and deactivate the panel as well. I said false, oops. Yeah, I'm a fool. I set it to state. There you go. So now what we're able to do, and I need to be super careful, because we could update player data right now as the state is changed, so that player data is aware of the last UI state change. Is that a good idea? It's a fantastic idea. It's one of the best ideas I've ever had. But it also comes with a huge risk of, if I break something and something doesn't work the way it's supposed to, the player could end up fucking completely soft locked forever, because I'm constantly restoring a broken state. That is the risk. That is the risk. This is such a beautiful little system that I'm making here. It's so nice. Alright. We want access to our system controller. Okay, this is a huge weight off my mind actually, because I've been like a little bit concerned about this because of the snowball's chance thing, right? It's like, look, I know I'm going to need to change states, especially for an unfolding tutorial. I don't want to run into this problem again. What is the solution exactly? And then, yeah, now that I've visualized it and I think I fully understand it, and it does support this, by the way, right? It supports this completely. It will support any combination of on-offs that we want, right? So we could have this on, and it'll save it and it'll restore it like that. The important thing is to exclude, so in my examples of events and PvP, anything that may be like controlled from some other factor, right? Is there a PvP season on right now? Is there an event running right now? They want to be excluded from this system, obviously, because otherwise the system's going to, well, to some degree, you as long as you had some code that overrode that, you could have this system do that and include those, but then after that you'd then want to do extra checks for those components that check, hang on a minute, make sure that there is an event on right now, or make sure there is a PvP arena match on right now, or whatever it happens to be. Right, so what we will do is we will call on system save string, player data save string, which is a function that lets me save key pair values to a specific key. And we're going to create a custom key for our UI state system. It's getting pretty nuts. But this will be really, really nice. Okay. We also need to make sure that where we were doing that previously, we do it through this now. I mean, it's kind of weird, right?
Mike Sparkles.
Like, okay, there are two ways. That's true to some degree, but not true to other degrees. I still think the menu system, and that would help us avoid those Infinity Nikki type bugs, right? I still think the menu system should just like change the state of the UI just by opening and closing the panels through system controller, because that way, like, if somebody was in the gacha banner and then they logged out, I don't necessarily we should load them straight back into the gacha banner. We could. Now it would be up to me as a developer. Do I want to use the change state system when activating buttons and things like that? Well, that's not what this system's for if you think about it. Change state is not a panel opener. And that's important. That's an important distinction. Because if you use, yeah, actually that's true. If I use state change as a panel opener, then the first time I close a panel, it's now disabled forever, and it's saved that way on the in the cloud as disabled, right? And there might not be any code that ever re-enables that again. So yeah, this definitely isn't a panel opener. This is basically to activate or deactivate. In fact, I'm going to put a little note for myself there. Use this only to activate, deactivate UI systems and save their state in player data. Wait, we can't do that. Can we do GameObject.name? No, because that's a list.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? I made a belt out of watches once. It was a waste of time.
Wait, we're getting the name from the UI system .name. That's where we're getting the name from. So that's a list of UI system. So for each UI system, get SYS in systems. There we go. Then it's name. So we want data equals data plus get system dot name plus separator. Let's do colon plus get system dot is active. Maybe we should just call it state. I thought we could do systems oh, it's index of, not get index of. Index of get system. Is systems count -1, then else. So what we do is we put a comma at the end if it's not the last entry. But if it's the last entry, we don't want the final comma. Right, now we've got a string of data and our key pair would be, so we want system, play data, save string, key name of UISYS, and data, and false. And we could await that actually. If we async that void, there we go. Okay, that looks nice. That looks nice. I suppose we don't have to do the system name. I suppose we could do the system index. Because the index should be the same every time anyway. I don't know that we should do the system name. Or we should just do the index. Well, we don't even really need the index, to be honest. All we need is if they're always going to be the same systems in the same order, which they will be. Like, it depends. Like in a real live service game, yeah, devs might be adding and taking away systems, you know, over the course of patches and things like that. So you probably would want to future-proof it so that it doesn't always have to have the same list of systems in the exact same order. But for my purpose, I could just record their states, to be completely honest. I don't need to record the names or the indexes. Okay, so now we need a public async void of restore states or load states or something like that. Another thing I really wish I could solve is the race condition problem where you have like 56 systems and it becomes difficult to control what order the systems fire up in, and then sometimes you'll get errors because this thing isn't ready in this system that this other system relies on, and it's like I kind of need some kind of system queuing function. Okay, so now we have the bool state for each system. We need an index driver. We also need the system for wait, what did I call it? I thought it was UI system with a capital S. There we go. UI system get SYS index. Wait, no, it's just get SYS now. Get SYS is active equals state, and then change state. Do we wait? Yeah. Actually. Alright, thanks.
I'm still a bit dizzy, you know.
Oh, you will be. The problem is if I call change state, if I call change state on restore states, we end up saving the states for every state, so it becomes exponentially inefficient. We don't need to update the states from the cloud because we literally just loaded them from the cloud. So there are two options now. We could either put a new mode in change state to say whether we're updating the cloud or not, or we could just put this similar kind of code here. Why isn't it like that? Game object in system buttons. Wait, isn't buttons a list of buttons? Oh no, it probably doesn't want to be game objects because some of my buttons are set up with button classes on the parent, and some of my objects are set up as buttons elsewhere. So that was actually again accidentally. That was accidentally the right move. Yeah, that was accidentally the right move.
Canthea says, "Good morning."
Good morning. How are you? Okay, so we now have a function that loads system data from the cloud, UI system data from the cloud. It goes through each UI system, decides whether it's meant to be active or not, and then it goes ahead and sets the active panel and game objects to their respective state. I think that looks good. What I also need to do is in my panel opener now, we can actually just query these. This is getting so fucking complicated. It's not complicated. It's just, there's a lot, you know, there's quite a lot, and we're not even close to being done yet. Recruit. In fact, what I might do next, because I feel like a little bit of a break from the coding aspect, the coding side of things. Sometimes it's nice to like, how long have we been going? 3.5 hours? Yeah. Sometimes it's nice to like exit coding mode in my head and then go and do something a bit more artsy or whatever, just to give my brain a bit of a rest. So what I might do is, because I don't like the fact that my gacha right now is like just automatically does pulls. I don't even have like a gacha presentation. So before I do a gacha presentation, there's a few things I need to think about there. So I know I'm gonna want some kind of animation. Oh, actually, I don't even know if I will do an animation. I don't know. See, I prefer Hoyo's way of doing it, to be honest. You know how a lot of gacha games will have like video footage of the character that you want to pull or whatever, and they really go crazy with it. That's when you get all the big sweaty cleavages and tits and stuff. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't think. I actually prefer the way Hoyo does it, where Hoyo just have a picture. They just have a picture of the characters on the banner. So I think I'll just go with a picture, but I still need a new character that looks really, really good. And then I need to get them into like iClone so I can pause them well, just to take like a good picture of them or whatever, and then I'll sort of like, then I can like set up the interface for like the actual gacha banners, and I might do like a separate character and a separate weapon banner. I think. I don't know yet. I don't actually know. Okay, so story's not set up yet. Gear kind of just goes to the wiki for now, but that's because of reasons. Stash is inventory, which we do have somewhat set up. Although inventory is where I made Clover, and now Clover sits outside of inventory. At first Clover was just going to sit in the inventory, but no, now she's a much more involved character in the game. Party we haven't set up yet. Goals, we have a goals. We are getting there, that's already set. Recruit is gacha, and wiki does have a wiki, but at the moment that's like a mixture between wiki and gear. Yeah, I need to start separating that out, that's why. I'll get there. Okay, there it is, I found it. Okay. Yikes, that was a lot. Yeah, also now system panel opener. I think if we just call a panel by the game object name, that should be fine. So instead of saying I wonder if there's a way to find a child by name. Is that a thing? We're already in system. Oh, systems is private. I made systems private. I'll probably keep it private. I'll just put a function in systems to return name. I return a game object for a name. Return panel. I guess. Might have to ask Chippity for help with this. It also wants to be a public game object function. Why can't we have systems transform? Systems is a list. It would be this transform. It's this transform. Yeah, of course it is. It's this transform. So this transform, find panel name, dot game object. Oh, it's of course it's that easy, isn't it? Oh, I love Unity. Sometimes. Oh, look at that. Then we can just say, oh, this is so fucking easy. Now we can just say game object panel equals UI systems get panel name panel set active to true or false. Look at that. How fucking clean is that? Oh my god, that's so nice. And then that one's just false. Look at how much lines of code we saved. That is so sick. Oh, that is so sick. I like that a lot. Alright, we are looking pretty good, I think. Let's give it a play, make sure there's no errors. The cloud save service has not been initialized. That's a race condition, is what that is. I think the cleanest way to solve that, it's not really that clean though, but there's not really another way to do it. I could just coroutine start, I guess. I think you can coroutine a start out. What am I doing? If I just coroutine that as a start function, and then I can just say yield return new, wait for seconds, 3. I bet that gets rid of it. It's nice to be right. Oh, we got a different error though. What's this? Oh. Oh no, I know why that is. It's because we don't have any data in there yet. The way to fix that is to mute that for now, just to create. Oh, I do need to save state. Change state. really that should be in there. Wait, what the fuck is that? No! Fucking autocomplete, I swear to God, it just destroys everything. It just destroys absolutely everything. That is an async void, my friend. Then we can say save states, and then we can just call save states to create the initial save data. Okay, so we are going to save the states to create the initial save data. I do have to worry about that for new players as well now. Oh, it did it! Look at that! Isn't that cute? Wait, unprocessable entity. What is this? I've been getting this. I know what that is. That's my energy system. I still don't really know why it's happening. Script invoke a request timed out on cloud code. This is a recurring error that I keep seeing, and I don't like it because it's ruining everything. Because when it happens, the energy system never recovers. So I really need to do something about that. Okay, here's how we could fix this. It's kind of gnarly though. We could put it in a try-catch block. But our catch is actually, yeah, let's put it down there because our catch is actually kind of important in this one.
Pika says, "Hi Cappy."
Hello, Pika. This is very scary. What I'll need to do is I'll need to do a coroutine that queues a failed energy request and retries it. Queue retry. And queue retry should wait for 1 second and then retry, which is a coroutine, isn't it? No, it's an async void check energy. How the fuck do you await a task? I could just do that. It's a task I enumerator. Does it need to be a task I enumerator? It's an async task. The body cannot be an iterative block because task I enumerator is not an iterator interface type. What the fuck does that mean? How do we normally call check energy? We just said check energy in a coroutine. So why is it insisting on Oh, because it wants to be an async, that's why. Fucking autocomplete again. Fucking me up. Alright. We also want to start that as a coroutine. We also want to start that as a coroutine. Okay. I think that will not fix the problem. But it kind of will. I don't know what is causing the problem. A failed energy check was re-queued. We'll try it 5 seconds later. Okay. It's hard for me to check whether that fixed it or not because it's intermittent. It doesn't happen every single time. Yeah, this time it didn't actually mess up. Also, I'm really proud of my energy system. Look at that.
Pika asks, how have you been today, Cappy?
Look at my energy system. It's beautiful. I'm fabulous. I'm absolutely fabulous. Yeah, it's capped at 200. My energy is capped in my own game, and even in my own game, it's working as intended. And also, do you think? I think that kind of adds to the anxiety effect. Adding the word full exclamation mark when my energy is capped is really, really, it's really getting those anxiety butterflies flapping around, which is good. That's what you want, because that now I should feel like motivated to like, oh my god, I need to spend my energy. Sadly, my game doesn't have a way for me to spend energy yet because I just haven't made it yet, but it's still bugging me that my energy is capped, which is stupid because I could just go in and change that however I want, right? I control the game, so if I wanted to set that to whatever I could. I'm loving it. I'm really happy with this. This is definitely the most promising game, from a technical point of view anyway, that I've ever worked on. And that's the thing, it's always good. To feel like you're constantly improving is just so good. And I'm definitely still getting that. And that's what I love about Unity and making games is with other projects, with other things, I always feel like I hit like a brick wall. Like I normally like hit some technical limitation, or like I feel like I've learned all there is to learn and I get bored and I move on. But I don't think I'll ever get like that with Unity because like there's just so much fucking stuff. You could never really truly know it all. But that's what's exciting about it. It's like, oh wow. I'm doing things now that I never thought I'd be able to do. Which is so great. Yeah, it's actually kind of nuts. This, like my fucking skills, like in such a short time, really, in the grand scheme of things, it's been a good 4 or 5 years now that I've really like dedicated myself to this, and that's where most of my progress has come from. Like, because in total I've been using Unity for about 12 years. So if you think about it, that's like 7 years of just like doing it alongside part-time jobs and doing it as a hobby that I, did now and then. But I only really got deep into it like 5 years ago, and I would say like the progress has been like insane. If I was to draw it as like a line, like let's say for the first 7 years. But there's 2 reasons for that. Let's say this was my skill level. For the first 7 years, you obviously start at the bottom. I feel like for the first 7 years, it was like that. And then over the last 5 years, it's just gone like that. Because it is time consuming, right? And there's two reasons for that though. I also think it would have looked like that, a little bit more like that anyway. If I hadn't have dedicated the time that I've dedicated to it, it probably would have looked more like that. So it definitely would have gone. That doesn't look like it's gone up quicker though, does it? Would have gone up quicker, I think. But it's gone up like so much quicker. Yeah. Crazy. I have no regrets. Is that the size of it? What the fuck? That's an eraser. Oh yeah, that's a weird eraser. Microsoft's this paint is so weird. I hate this. I don't know. I don't know which numbskull decided to make this floating font panel, but it absolutely sucks. That literally draws over the top of the canvas that you're working on, and you cannot move it. Whoever made this should be kicked very sternly in the balls, and I stand by that. I really, you can quote me on that. I genuinely think so. Like, what were they thinking? What were they thinking, really? This is absolutely pathetic. Like, whoever came up with this is absolutely retarded. Anyway, how have you been, Pika? How have you been? I never ask you about you. You normally tell me about you anyway, so I don't normally have to ask. Okay, I think we're looking good. I think I might move on to something a bit more artistic. I don't know, I still have tons of fucking stuff I need to do. Yeah.
No infection anywhere else, they said.
Right, give me a second, I just need to go to the toilet and stuff. Right. Oh my god. Just when I think I'm done, there's like more stuff. Right.
Pika says, I'm doing okay tonight, thanks for asking, and today I got Yan Meow with her full SSR matrices.
No, that used to be my
Canthea
wife.
says, I am doing okay, it's good to take a little break, but do what you think is best.
Yeah, I used to have her as my wife, yeah. I'm trying to think who replaced her. Oh, I know who replaced her. Rosalina or whatever she's called. Replaced her. Okay, so we've got this enter name where we want to show the entering the profile name.
Pika says, take your time, Cappy, we all will be waiting for you.
I got no choice when it comes to this. This thing is so complicated. Right, so that's where we're going to show the enter name thing. Clover, it's truly a pleasure to meet you. Hash name hash. Wait, it doesn't have Clover's name in any of these, does it? No, it doesn't. Okay. So here we have 3 branches. Yeah, also, okay, I need to change these branches so that they don't... Yeah, they don't appear. I shouldn't have to set these. These should automatically find themselves. So what we can do is we can put some code on here which literally says void awake, and we could say for each transform child in transform, then
Pika says, Yan Meow was in the latest SSR box, but I chose Pollet aka Skyfire instead.
That will automatically find its own branches now, which is much better. Yeah, that's a big improvement. Yan Meow was in the latest SSR box, but you chose... That's not a name. What's the name? Plotty. Yeah, I think you put Pollet. Plotty. I remember now. I don't like her. She's not my type at all. She reminds me of... I don't know. She's like a crazy sucrose or something. It's very strange. Right, it's a pleasure to meet you. So now we want to do a branch here. So this branch is like the player saying, how can I assist you? And another one is, what is it that you need? And another one is, someone like me should we put some music on? I wish I could play proper music that I actually like. Share my musical tastes with you guys. I mean, I could.
Pika asks, how's your project going so far tonight, Cappy, too?
There's a lot to do. It's going good. It's always going good. This project hasn't gone bad once. There's just a lot to do. Let me put it this way, right? There was an announcement from Tribe 9 on Steam recently that was explaining the end of service, and they said that they hired approximately 300 staff to create and manage and run Tribe 9. 300 people behind that game. It's not a particularly big game. I'm one guy. So I think that might put things into perspective. I have to do the job.
Cynthia says, that was a massive staff.
It's quite big for a game that size, yeah. Quite big. But yeah, the games are normally made by teams of, you know, at least dozens of people. Depending on the game. So to make a game completely on your own there is a lot. There's a hell of a lot. But that's why I like it. Okay, so Clover doesn't have... You'll see that the way I set this up, right, is if Clover has a response, it will be labelled as Clover response. You probably can't see that. My camera's probably in the way. So these aren't responses, so we can move on to node 3. Okay, so now we have some branches again. Is she just being lazy? And now Clover has responses to these. She's confused.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke?
She needs a boyfriend.
What did the dog say to the 2 trees? Bark, bark.
Then we have response, response, response. So we need response times 1 for all 3 of those. Two branches on this one. With 2 individual responses.
Pika says, interesting. Tribe 9 worked up until chapter 5 of the main story, but unfortunately they're only releasing the story in Japan, just like some of the Yokai Watch games.
Okay, I've come across a system limitation. I can fix it, but it is a little concerning. I suppose I could do deeper branches. Okay, so where it converges is where she says this is a turning point. So what I can do is I can put this as a turning point onto the next node in this particular instance and give it a capital T and then remove that from...
Pika asks, which project do you or did you like working on more if you did decide on one?
I'm very serious. Which project do I... Or did I like working on more if I decided on one? I always like the project I'm working on. I always like the one I'm working on at the time. Yeah, because like it's you couldn't do it otherwise. You know, you're dedicating months, sometimes maybe even years of your life to creating something from scratch. So you have to feel good about the thing that you're creating to put that much time into it. Otherwise, unless you're getting paid and it's your job or something like that, then yeah. If you do, I mean, think about it. You know, you wouldn't choose to do something for months on end. Well, I don't know. That's the problem with gacha games. When you're playing gacha games, sometimes that could be the truth, right? Like you started off good, but then you know there are tricks there where it's like, well, there's habit, and then there's sunken cost fallacy, and lots of other things playing a part there. But this isn't that, obviously. It's like, you know, to create something like this, you've got to really be happy about what you're creating if you want to dedicate that much time to it. Why didn't they wipe out? Can you not? You can't wipe those out at the same time. Yeah, I don't know that we'll ever actually display player dialogue in the dialogue box, because I've never really been a fan of that, especially if you don't have voices that represent the character. Because there are two ways of doing it, right? You already presented the information to the player about what do you want to say in response. So some games, and I think this is my choice, some games will just take that and be like, okay, the player knows what they picked. They don't need to hear the character say it. But I suppose when characters are voiced, it can have some... I've seen this done in three ways, actually. There is a preferred way if it has voices. Here's how I feel about it. So you have player choice. Right, so let's just use this as an example.
Pika says, I checked that Scratchy Event Deluxe version and they actually gave you Lin, Dark Crystals, all the feature Scratchy Event SSR matrices and so forth.
Right, so let's say you have a line of dialogue. How do you feel about my big coconuts? And you have player choice A. I like big coconuts. You have choice B. I hate coconuts. Or you have choice C. I prefer pineapples. Right. So in a dialogue-based game, you'll often see something like this, right? So you present the player choices options, and the player can read, hopefully, and so they already know that they picked I like big coconuts, let's say, for example. So then you have a choice, right? You have dialogue reacting to choice. Why can't I fucking type today? And then before you present that, some games could do move straight to response. Alright, don't speak it, because the player already read it. Then you have repeat verbatim player choice. Character speaks it, which I always thought this was the worst option, the worst way of doing it. Or reword player choice and elaborate. Character speaks. Now, there are strengths and weaknesses to both of these. To all of these, right? So, how I generally feel about it is, in a text only, I think this is the best option, right? Subtitle only. Because the player isn't going to want to read it twice. In a voiced version, I think this is the best way to do it. But even this has... This one is just bad all around, right? Why repeat self? It's just repeated unnecessary waffle. Now this can still have a negative consequence, even though I think this is the best way of doing it. The bad thing about this, right, especially in a game where choices matter. This is a silly, it's obviously a silly example, right? But what I've found in choice games sometimes is a player might ask, something like this. Will you stay with me? Yes. No. And there's some like reason why it wouldn't be a good idea. So let's say this is where it gets a little hairy, right? Player likes character at risk if not left alone. Like, I know it's hard to explain, but like in it, it's, the situation might be like, oh, okay, if I stay with the character right now, they're going to do something bad, right? Like hurt themselves. I know it doesn't make sense, but like this, I'm trying to think of an example. There's a situation where you're like, you make the choice, but it's because you have deeper context. You're like, look, I know this is the best option for you, even though I don't want this, like, even though it's going to sound a bit mean. It's like tough love, like this is for your own good kind of thing. But then what can happen here, because the character is elaborated, your player might respond, and I think this is where it gets really bad. Your player might respond in a way that you didn't expect them to. So like in this example, it might be, I'm just trying to think of an example, right? So like, you know, you pick no, and you're thinking, yeah, the only reason why though is because I know you really need to be alone right now and process your emotions. You've been through a lot. I care about you. I want you to get some sleep and process your emotions. And the reason I'm saying no is because I'm worried about you. And then you pick that, and your fucking player character says, no, I wouldn't stay with you if you were the last person on earth. And you're like, no, that's not what I meant by no. Like, that's not what I want you to say. So this can have a negative effect as well, where your mind is completely in a different zone than the writer's, developer's mind was when they presented those options to you. And so trying to be creative with the responses could stray from the player's, like, you know, it has more risk of straying more and more from the player's real true motivations. But yeah, it happens all the time in like choices games, right? Like where you pick something and you're like, oh shit, I didn't think you were going to say it like that. Now I regret my choice, right? And that always sucks. But yeah, generally speaking, I would say this is usually the best option if the characters are voiced. I don't think my characters are going to be voiced because I don't think it's easy for me to voice my characters yet with AI. I don't know. I haven't found a particularly good one yet. If I find a good one, then I may well have it voiced. By the way, if we want this system to support this, what we would do is we would just add an extra, well, we could make it a list actually. We could add an extra list like this and call it like dialogue or like choice dialogue or something like that. And then that way we could have the system, you know, elaborate more on those choices, for example.
Pika says, sometime having a voice story makes you feel more immersed in the game than a non-voice story.
Yeah, but it's difficult to do. Voices require audio, voice actors, typically. Shit. Shit. That's fine, I just need to swap them around. I accidentally changed the wrong one. So they belong to that one, and they belong to that one. There we go. Yes, okay.
Pika says, sometimes weapon names are easier to remember than character names like Claudie.
Claudie's dead easy to remember. Skyfire, I don't even know what that is. I assume it's her weapon, but yeah, I think it's the opposite. I think the characters are way easier to remember.
Yo, EDC, we go by the name of Arm and Hammer. Let's have some fun tonight.
Pika says, I should hit the triple digits tomorrow in one game since I'm currently just over 12 millions into level 99.
Okay, we have all the dialogue put back into the new system. So I'm going to delete the old system. And the old class. So the tutorial class has to go. Tutorial branch and tutorial node has to go. Okay, let me just save everything. Make sure everything still runs.
Pika says, in IRL we all have been busy trying and connecting up network devices for family and people to make them happy.
This feels good right here, right now.
All of us have been doing that, haven't we? I haven't.
We love you guys so much.
Don't include me in your weird little cult. Cult of network connectors. What the hell? I never asked you to connect my network. Okay. Well, that's what you've been doing, is it? I like the way you try and speak for everybody when you're telling us about yourself. It's very odd. We're all constipated this morning and bled from our bum holes. It's like, no, I didn't actually do that, to be honest. You may have, but I didn't. But thank you for the info. Okay, it's not that bad, but you know, you get what I'm saying, right? I'm gonna delete this old backup. And we will make a new backup. Apparently we already have a copy too. Oh yeah. Do we need that many? What's our other oldest? 2:20 in the morning. That won't go as well, really. Okay, we are looking very, very good right now.
Micah says, my router only supports 2.4 GHz and 5 GHz even though my wireless extender also supports 6 GHz and my phone sometimes switches to Wi-Fi 6E Cappy.
Wow. Thank you so much for that very useful information. I'll know not to try and send you 6.8 gigahertz of frequency signals, even though I'm nowhere near. But if I ever am, I will make sure I don't use that bandwidth. Alright, thank you. Noted. Okay, that's backed up. Okay. Oh, you know what I did though? That's fine. Yeah, I got rid of my old system driver script as well, so we've got to make a new one. Actually, I don't know, I might kind of want to optimize some of this. I won't worry about it yet. Why is that taking so long to open? What is happening?
Pika asks, did you prefer working on your winter aka summer game project more or less than this game project of yours, Cappy?
I already answered that. I always like the one I'm working on currently. I answered that in great detail. I even said because you wouldn't be able to work on it otherwise because of the amount of time that it takes up. What is happening to fucking Visual Studio right now? Why is it not loading my fucking project? Microsoft, why do you suck this badly? What are you doing to my beloved project? Okay, I'm actually just gonna close it and try reopening it. Yeah, what the fuck was that about? I don't know. Alright, let's have a look. So we add chapters, we add aesthetics. On a load chapter, we load the story nodes. We also want to make sure we clear any current chapters. So story nodes clear. Okay, so the two main functions that our story system wants is to display a node and to advance onto a next node. Display node should be private. The reason why is we shouldn't be calling it from external scripts. We should use next node when calling from external scripts. Okay, so display node is our first node. Now, to be honest, at the moment...
Pika asks, if you did abandon Wuwa in the future, would you still put your game project first and foremost?
Of course, my game projects are always going to have to come first. It's a weird question. If I abandoned Wuwa, like, Wuwa is the game I care the least about to begin with. And so why would it ever proceed? But even, oh my god, I don't even know where to start trying to dissect that. Right, give me a second. So at the moment, the only dialogue box that exists belongs to Clover. And I think it needs to be separate from Clover. I also made the enter name function part of Clover, which I don't think it wants to be. Right, so I'm calling it dialogue instead. I'm taking it out from Clover. That must have been... Yeah, that was a debug thing. I can get rid of that. I'm going to put top on overlays. I'm going to put mini logo on overlays. I'm going to put turn order on overlays. I'm wondering if I should put dialogue on overlays, really, and even Clover on overlays. See, essentially what I need to do is I need to start organizing this canvas more. Player XP would also be on overlays. Children of a prefab instance cannot be moved. All components cannot be reordered. Ah, okay. It shouldn't be a prefab. Wait, why can't I unpack that as a prefab? Because core is the prefab. And it doesn't want to be. Okay, essentially I need to make sure that like panels okay, I'm actually going to put them on their own game object called panels. Wiki is a panel, inventory is a panel, goals is a panel. Like essentially menu's kind of an overlay, so is Clover and so is dialogue, but I don't necessarily want to put them there. Because essentially what we're dealing with is 3 layers. And we need to start thinking about it in this way.
Pika says, 8 days away until restart launches, and I might try the game too since it's coming to mobile and I already got the auto install on for it too.
It's kind of self-evident, to be honest. I don't really know why I'm labeling them. Okay, so we have bottom, medium, and top. So the obvious things that go in the bottom is background. The things that want to go on top would be things that need to be interacted with temporarily. These are really broken into 2 different types of things. These would be like, let's call them immediate interactions. And yeah, what I should have done is put the name of the layering system here. Because essentially that would be panels. Those would just be children. And this would be overlay. In my hierarchy. So our immediate interactions would need to go on the top layer so that they can't be blocked by raycasting. Okay, so basically I think this is how it needs to be set up. So we've got backgrounds and 3D rendering game world on the bottom layer. Medium panels is everything else. Immediate actions, interactions, and player signposting such as UI gauges and pop-ups want to be on the top layer. So panels belong to the medium layer. So that makes sense because this wants to be above this, but these need to be above this.
Let me hear you.
Sorry. Oh, I had a sudden need for a stretch there. Right. I'm not sure why I turn it to Popeye when I stretch, but it's just something that happens when you get older. Display node, even, not display mode. So we want to take... We should have already loaded the chapter for whatever the current chapter is. So we should be able to just get the story node, right? So we want a story node, get node wants to equal chapters. No, it doesn't. It does not. It does not. It wants to equal story nodes at story index. So congratulations, we now have the story node in our hands. Isn't it beautiful? Hopefully, yes. So chapters. Okay, so we need to take the text. So the few controls that we need. That's right. That's what I was doing. I remember now. So we need TM Pro. We need Unity Engine UI, probably. I don't know now that we're using text mesh for everything. This music is absolutely fucking horrendous. What is that? Okay, to be fair, it was all some weird live audio thing that went on for like fucking hours. Sorry about that. So the first and most obvious thing that we want access to is the subtitle.
Mike, Sparkle.
Oh. Now we have another issue. I can't deal with that music right now. That is way too much for my poor brain. I've actually got a bit of a headache. Okay, so the other problem that we have is in my infinite wisdom, I decided to make it so that Clover talked through the Clover system, which made sense at the time. But it's not always going to be Clover talking. Is Clover in the system controller? Yes. Okay, I thought she would be. Okay, that's good. Wait, does tutorial branch still exist? Because it shouldn't. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, that was from the old catcher system. Yeah, I never really was a huge fan of that anyway. Generator. The fuck did that do? Oh, that's the maze generator. Yeah. Scene order.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke?
Don't need that one either.
If two vegans are having an argument, is it still considered beef?
Oh my god. That needs to be a for each. So we need to do a for each string line in get node script. And then we already have the string speak line. Why doesn't it like that? Speak a bool. What's the bool? Is it from the player or not? False. Okay. But we also need to await. Yeah.
I'm going to get some petrol and I'll go to the hospital.
All right. I've got a right headache right now.
Side of me keeps hurting there.
Yeah.
I think it's after my coughing all the time. I still have the odd coughing bit.
Yeah,
Because
maybe.
it hurts there when you cough, doesn't it?
Yeah. Put strain on it.
I don't know. We must sit in Russia, aren't we?
Yeah, see ya. Right. Display node. If get name is Clover, then system Clover speak line false. But we need to wait now until so maybe I need a line index. No, I think this needs to be a coroutine. No, it's not a fucking... Oh, I hate... You are so annoying, Microsoft. I mean, tell me something I didn't already fucking know. Okay, so then what we can do is a void update where we say if await click and input. There's also a cooldown we want on there. Shit. So in the same way that fucking hover's make you wait at least 2 seconds before you can click, I'm gonna do the same thing. There has to be a... That's something I never even really thought of, actually. See, at the moment our story system has... Maybe these don't even want to be divided into chapters necessarily. They want to be divided into... like kind of like sections. See, the thing about my Snowball's Chance game is we basically had like objective nodes, right? And dialogue nodes were basically a type of objective node. Kind of. So I might need that. I probably won't. Oh, I'd have to create a new instance and I can't be bothered. Oh my god, I'm so fucking tired. I need a break. So you would have objective nodes in a Snowball's Chance that were dialogue driven and then nodes that weren't. And you just had an objective to complete. But that's not the way this game is set up because we don't really have objective nodes. Not really. Instead we're going to have like bursts of dialogue and then we're expected to go in and like clear we'll be expected to go in and like clear a certain amount of the story. So I guess if I think about it, right, the way it should work is at the start of the game, this should run through an initial section of dialogue. And then we're going to be kind of like guided by going into, we're going to unlock these systems, we're going to learn about them. We're going to go in, we're going to fight a few domains. But let's say we're on like chapter 2. How should it work? Well, obviously we don't want to be like handheld all the way through the game, I don't think. I think the way it should probably work, by the time we get to, let's say, chapter 2, we should just have the main menu minus Clover. I mean, you know what, thinking about it, I don't know whether the aesthetic thing really makes much sense anyway. Maybe I was right initially because I feel like I was right initially to give Clover a dialogue box because we literally tell Clover to speak these lines if she's the one who's meant to be speaking. So maybe I was right just to have it completely separate and then I make a separate dialogue system for everybody else. Anyway, whatever. The point I'm trying to make is, okay, let's say we're in story chapter 2. I think the way it should work is we know we want to keep playing the game. So we go into story, we see we've got whatever, floor 2, chapter 2 to complete. And then maybe at certain points in the story, it's weird, right? Because there's almost like there's two versions of the story in my mind. There's like the story, this is why I do feel like maybe I should have just kept it separate. There's the story where Clover is talking to us, the player, and like, you know, telling us whatever it is we need to do next. But then there's the story that's like, you know, we're going through the story. We're going through meeting all the characters and finding out about them specifically or whatever the hell. And they almost feel like two separate stories in my mind. I don't know, I need to think about it because I need to get it right. I could make it work either way. I'm just not sure if there's a better way of doing it. Like, is there a way that's quote unquote better? But it's a bit like saying, I don't know. What's it like saying? It's a bit like saying, okay, you've taken the tea bag out of your cup and it's time to add milk and sugar. Do you add the milk first or the sugar first? Like, it doesn't really make any difference. Now, there is actually an argument to that you want to add the sugar first. That's what I do. And the reason for that is because when you put the milk in, it's going to cool it down ever so slightly, so the sugar won't dissolve as well. Of course it will dissolve, but it would technically not dissolve as quickly or as efficiently. So that's a bad example because I think there is a right answer there. Oh my god, why am I dying? Yeah, I think the right answer there is you put the sugar in first and then you add the milk, because the milk cools the tea down and the sugar can't dissolve as well. That's how it works in my head. There's some truth to that, but it's probably so inconsequential that it really doesn't matter at all. I suppose in this context, though, in this situation, it's like, okay, if Clover has her own dialogue system, the downside of that is when it's time for Clover to talk to other characters, you either have to awkwardly jump between dialogue systems, which could be a real pain in the ass, or, you know, she's still going to need to exist inside of that dialogue system as well. So Clover's essentially going to need to be able to exist across both dialogue systems. Now, the way I've set it up, that is exactly how it works, right? Like, that actually does exist. But then that also bugs me because it goes back to that duplicate data thing with relational databases. It's like, why does Clover have two dialogue systems when one would do the job? Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. What I do know is I think I need a little break. Yeah, we probably got a null reference exception, did we? I got another unprocessable entity. Okay, it wasn't my energy system though. My energy system recovered this time. It was cloud code again though. Does cloud code take a while to initialize sometimes or some fucking thing? Which script was it this time? Oh, there you go. My fix. Yeah, my fix basically solved the problem. Yay! I'm so smart. Yeah, so we got an unprocessable entity on cloud code. I requeued it to try 5 seconds later, and then my energy system recovered as a result. Well done, me. That puts my mind at ease. I don't know why the fucking error's occurring in the first place, though, because, like, it's weird. Why is cloud code timing out? I might Google it and see if anybody else has mentioned it. Oh, it's Unity's bug! Unity's bug! Not me. Hi! We've just updated cloud servers with a fix for this issue above. Could you finally know whether it works well? Sounds like a Unity bug. Unity bug! Unity bug! We're working on a fix. Yeah, typical Unity bug that spans all the way back to 2000 as well. Like, yeah. And I guess it's still not entirely fixed. To be fair, these might not be the same thing as Unity's cloud code. These could be other people's cloud codes, maybe. Lies! Gaslighting AI! Gaslighting AI! Lies! If it was this, it would never work, right? Because it means there's an error in the JavaScript, which there isn't. Because if there was, it wouldn't work the second time. So shut the fuck up, liar. Still bugging me that my energy's kept out in my own game. That is proof that my brain is gacha. I don't know how you would say it. Gacha poisoned? Gacha brainwashed? I'm gacha addicted, deranged. You know, pick your favourite term, whatever you want. Right, I think I'm going to take a little break and leave it there. We've been going 5.5 hours. I'm certainly not done for the day. Still so much to do. And I'm kind of enjoying this, but like, oh my god, I'm so tired of... I'm so tired and tired of being tired. I'm so tired of being tired. The thing is, right, this is the issue. I thought a lot of my lack of sleep was down to worrying about my stepdad who's in hospital because, you know, it was looking a bit ropey there at first. But he seems to be sort of like recovering pretty well. He looks like he's going to be fine. It's just going to take time. But I'm not sleeping right. And I think it's this, because I think this happened to me when I was making a Snowball's Chance as well. I think my brain just gets so overwhelmed by all the things I'm having to remember and all these connections I have to make in my brain that, like, I don't know, it's just like my brain doesn't switch off properly when it's time for sleep. My brain's like, no, what about all these things? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that now. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. It's not like I'm sat there like actively thinking about it. It's like it's passively there in my head. It's so weird. Like to the point where I was last few nights I've been dreaming about making this and stuff, which is weird. Like last night I dreamt about a conversation I had with GPT where we were working on a goal tracking system, and I implemented it last night, but it's still not fully testable yet. Now you could argue that I'm somewhat worried about it, but I'm not really. But it's like, yeah, it's like I guess I'm uneasy because I don't like code that's sat there in my project that I can't fully test yet, because like, I don't know. I prefer it when code, I feel really good when I know code is there, it's running, it's working, and there's no concerns. But if there's still question marks about certain types of code and certain things, it gives me this uneasy feeling. Which is silly because, like, you know, worst case scenario is you delete the code, you start again, right? You fix it, whatever. And it's not, again, it's not like I was actively worried about it. It's not like I was laying there thinking, oh my god, what if there's bugs in that code? What if it doesn't work? Oh. But for some reason I still, like, was dreaming about it. And I was dreaming about it in a positive way as well. Like, I was dreaming like, oh yeah, I think I understand exactly how that will work and why it will work and why it's probably fine. That was sort of what I dreamt, but then I realised, okay, that was not even a dream, that's just... So I guess that proves that, like, it's just there on my mind to the point where I can't even fucking dream about anything else. And I think that's also affecting my sleep, because it's like, oh god. And I wish my brain didn't do that. Because I would be better at this if I was, like, fully awake, but I'm so fucking tired right now that it kind of adds extra difficulty to this, because it's like, wow, I'm fucking exhausted and I'm trying to, you know, continue on with more of this. But I just keep waking up at, like, stupid o'clock in the fucking morning. Like, it's always like 5 or 6 a.m. and I stay up really late, so like I don't go to bed till like 2 or 3 in the morning. So there's like literally 4 hours later and I'm like fucking awake, and I didn't even really sleep deeply in that amount of time. And I struggle to get back to sleep again after that. It's fucking awful. But yeah, that's always annoying when I feel like why don't I have control over my own fucking brain and sleep and body and stuff? Like, I know the solution is to get a good night's sleep, and then I'll feel fucking great and I'll be on fire. I'll be like fucking super coder the next day when I've had a really good night's rest. And I want that more than anything. But instead it's like I have this shit fucking quality sleep because all this stuff's on my mind, and I wake up and then I'm tired of the next day, and then I'm tired of the day after that. And this is another way that you get burned out, I think, right? It's like, oh shit, I could handle this a lot better if I actually was sleeping properly. But yeah, I need to think about that as well. Like, at the moment I've got this set up so that, like, we could jump through all these nodes, and obviously, like, you know, what do we do when we've finished the last node? We load the next one and the next one and the next one. But like, where's the stopping point? Because obviously we're not going to go all the way through chapter 1 before we stop presenting dialogue.
Pika says, we all have trouble sleeping, Cappy, so you're not alone in that.
We don't all, again, don't speak for everyone. I think most people don't have issues sleeping. Most people I've spoken to. Most people I know don't. But I've always had trouble sleeping. I've always been a bit of a problem sleeper. But yeah, okay, so it sounds like you do too. Well, That sucks. Cause yeah, I can definitely relate. But yeah, most people I know, like, it's weird if they don't sleep well the night before. Like, you know, it's like, oh, that's weird. I already didn't sleep well last night. It's like an
Thea
unusual
says,
thing.
everyone require different amount of sleep depending on person.
Yeah, and everybody
Pika
sleeps
says,
better or
I go
worse
to bed
than
at my
others.
normal time and suddenly wake up at around 5 a.m. some nights.
Yeah, that's a common thing for me. Freaking hate it. It's not the worst it's been. Like, I've gone through some really, really bad bouts of like insomnia, which really isn't good. So it's not like the worst I've seen or experienced, but it depends what you're doing in your life when you get it as well, right? Thankfully, like, I think the worst sleep I've ever had is like when I went through my
Thea
divorce and
says,
stuff.
some people are straight sleeper while others that keep wake up constantly.
Yeah, I've always been a bad sleeper, a light sleeper, and everything else. Yeah, I think the worst I ever had it is when I went through my divorce. I don't think I fucking slept right in fucking months. But I wasn't doing anything like cognitively intense around that time, right? It's like, sure, it took its emotional toll on me, and the sleep definitely took a physical toll on me, and yeah, the stress and the amount of weight I lost and all kinds of stuff. But I was just getting up and doing a brain dead job every day, and, you know, getting on with my life. I think what makes this frustrating is like, okay, this actually takes pretty much most of my brain's bandwidth. It's like, yeah, I really need to get my head into this to be able to do it.
Pika says, my sleep only went weird recently and I did nothing out of my normal for the day.
Yeah, that's what it's like for me. Like, I don't have any control over it, really. Yeah, it's just weird. But yeah, obviously we can't just keep going from node to node to node to node to node without ever stopping, because we're not going to go through all of chapter 1 before the player's expected to go in and clear some dungeons or whatever. So I think maybe here is where I would do it. And maybe I would probably divide them into like story beats or something. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense, because then what I'll basically do is on the last node is where we're going to say, you know, oh, hey, time for you to go and do that now. Or whatever. And now, like, the player's free. So this is when, like, they'll get access to this menu or whatever, and now the player is free to do whatever they want, kind of thing. The more I think about it, the more I think, yeah, if I'm doing that, I think I actually do want an objective system. Which I wasn't really going to do. Not necessarily an objective system, but just like a little reminder thing in the interface here. So like, where's this logo at? There it is. Like next to the logo, yeah, as an overlay. I think I probably am going to want something like this, where I can see, where I can say, yeah, I'd probably want something like that, where I can, where the dialogue, if you imagine the dialogue's finished, and she said, you know, okay, well, now I've showed you the ropes. Where's that name input thing? Oh my god, my head's killing me. Where the fuck is enter name? What is this? That's the one I just added. Actually, what I really like there is if I did like, I might want to be bigger than that. But where we've got this like idle girl shape here, I think I'd want to make a black, like something like that. Why did you fill it that color? Looks like a dick. Why does it look like a dick? It's not supposed to look like a dick. Oh, this is not at all what I was trying to do. I know it's gonna look weird now. It's gonna have this weird. I see. I knew it would have this weird. I think you get what I'm trying to do.
Pika says, hopefully you will feel better soon, Cappy, and we will all watch you again later tonight or in your next stream or in tomorrow's stream.
I want to take some painkillers. Okay. So that's the kind of thing I'm thinking of. It does look like a dick though. Why does it look like a dick? It was never meant to be like this. I'd obviously, okay, I'd make it look a bit better shaped than that, but this kind of thing, and then I would put, yeah, it definitely looks like a dick. Why does it look like a dick? big black thing. It's a BBC. Holy shit. But yeah, like do something less dick shaped. And then put my objective in there, and then we just show the dick. We just get our dick out when it's time to remind the player what they need to do. Oh my god. Yeah, I think on that note, I really do need to take a break. When I start... Once I start drawing BBCs on accident, as the kids say, accidentally, then you know it's time for a break. There's no other way to analyze that, really. Alright, I will take a break there and be back when I'm back. Alright, I'll see you later, guys. Thanks. Bye.